Hello everyone, I am Sleepy Shoreline, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to sleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Where are you from, and what time are you watching? Now relax and unwind. This happened about 20 years ago. I was 9 years old at the time, but my parents have also told me their side of this story on a bunch of different occasions, so that should help. My parents are both biologists. They met at work, and from there it was history. The place where they worked at the time was a government building dedicated to biology research, using government projects turned towards the public, meaning they were the ones studying the environment and making environmental protection laws around their studies. This being a massive old government building, it always had a security guard present, day and night. During the day, these security guards would mostly just stay at the reception and greet people. But at night, they would go do their rounds and make sure there were no intruders, because of all the science equipment and computers kept in the building. Initially, one of the guards seemed like the nicest person. He was always really nice to me, and frankly, all the memories I have from him before this were really nice. He would greet me and talk to me the nicest way every time my parents brought me to work. He would make me paper planes, which he was surprisingly good at, and sell them around with me. He would stay with me at the reception on days my parents had to work in the night. Obviously for me, that would get really boring really fast, so he'd keep me company and entertain me. Mostly we would talk, play with the paper planes, and watch TV. And all seemed nice enough. Nice enough for my parents to trust him with me, which was probably their biggest mistake. One night, my parents had to work even later than usual. I think it was around 10 p.m., and they were still at it. So this guy who was on the night shift decided to take me around the building with him to do his rounds. We started on the top floor, checking all the rooms in the exterior part of the roof. Every room was so dark that I'd always stay a little behind and wait for him to turn the lights. Then we stepped down to the second floor where my parents' office and labs were. We checked the opposite side of the building, going into labs with massive extractors, microscopes, and every kind of science equipment you might think of. He walked down the stairs to the first floor, where most of the administration rooms were. I still remember seeing some maps on the walls, and embalmed fish everywhere, serving as decorations. The first floor was all clear, so it was time to check the 2 basement levels. Thought it would have made sense to check the labs on the right side first, as the left side had a flight of stairs at the end, leading up to where my parents were. But for some reason, he decided we go check that side first. We checked all the labs, but I noticed his pace was accelerating, and he was starting to look and sound happier. Excited even. Once again, we checked all the labs, all the corners from one end to the other, turning the lights on ahead of us and turning them off behind us when we left. When we got to the last area, he turned all the lights on and he went inside. There were 3 separate offices on each side of the lab, and on the first one, he hurried towards the printer, opened it up, took out 2 pieces of paper, and made 2 quick paper planes. That's when everything changed. He picked up one of the planes, went outside of the office, and threw it towards the end of the room. Then he told me the one he just threw was mine and that we could throw them around there. I ran to the other side of the room to pick my plane up, excited to play with it, and suddenly the lights went off. When I turned around to check what was happening, I saw him getting out of the lab and turning the lights off and locking the door. I ran to the door, punched it and kicked it while screaming for him to open it. Panic taking over me because of how scared I was being in the dark at the time. Through the glass in the door, I could see him scurrying away into the corridors, turning the lights off as he went and disappearing after turning a corner. I'm pretty sure that everything I felt and every shadow and creepy monster I saw in there, all waiting was part of my imagination because of how scared I was. I balled up against a corner and could see shadows moving around me in the dark. I could only cry, lost without knowing what was happening and why he was doing this. My parents finished work eventually, and when they did, they packed their things and made their way to the lobby to pick me up and go home. When they got there, the security guard was at the reception. I was nowhere to be found. They panicked, of course, and must have shouted 100 different cuss words at the guy. Now, I'm not sure how my dad didn't murder him right then and there. When they first asked the guy where the hell I was, what had he done with me? He simply said that he had gone to do the rounds with me, and I must have gotten lost somewhere. This is a building that would take you about an hour and a half to check from top to bottom, even if you were rushing. So, must have gotten lost somewhere. It's not exactly helpful. They looked for hours without finding me. It was only when I saw a far light at the end of the corridors, leading to the lab that I was in, that I got the courage to stand up, rush towards the door, and start punching as hard as I could. They finally found me there and made the guard unlock the door to get me out. I don't really remember sleeping that night, and if I did, it must have been out of exhaustion. But I know I made my mom stay in the bedroom with me the entire night. Of course, my parents made a complaint against the guard. And when they did, and the guy started being investigated, he was actually fired and arrested. Not because of locking me away where he'd probably help no one find me, but because he had been partnering up with criminals to steal computers and equipment from the building, to sell some shady market, along with information in the hard drives and make money off of it. By then, he had stolen a lot of old computers without anyone realizing, and who knows what his plans were for me that night. I'm not convinced that locking a crying child in the middle of the darkness, hidden away in some room, is exactly the most normal behavior if you're not trying to hide them and get them later when everyone else has left and sell them as a part of your product. Luckily, he never had the chance to do that, and I really hope he never got to do it to any other kid. About 3 years ago, I, 21 female, was a waitress during the height of COVID. It was my first ever job, and I remember being so excited to start as soon as possible, after all my training was finished and I got my certifications. We closed at 10 p.m. every night at the time, and typically it was just my cook, a 20-year-old guy, and I. Rarely would there be another waitress with me, and I liked it that way. I always worked better alone, and I didn't really get along with most of the other waitresses anyway, so it was actually nice. I can remember it was near the end of my time there that this experience happened, and I'm really happy I had the circumstance I did at the time. I never could really trust my gut very much because I had mild anxiety and couldn't tell if what I felt at the time was valid or not. I mention this because when this all went down, it felt real. I had an absolute feeling. I started my shift that evening around 3 p.m. I said goodbye to the last waitress, and I was on my own with my cook. Everything was pretty slow and normal, till I got a call about one of the specialty items on a limited time menu that we had. The food couldn't be ordered as takeout, and the lady over the phone really didn't take it well. After a little debating, she finally decided to sit and eat and said, I say around 10 to 20 minutes later, so when I spotted an older-looking car pulled up, the 3 people came out. 2 men and a woman who looked to be in their 30s or 40s. I could tell that it was the same lady I spoke to over the phone, judging by her attitude coming in. I further confirmed it by asking since I already had a pretty good idea of what she wanted to eat. What I thought was an act of mild embarrassment and pettiness was actually something more sinister later on. Her attitude towards me changed when she saw me. She was much nicer and more cooperative. This didn't ring any bells at first because it was something that most people who want to look good in front of others would do. I sat them at a booth and took their orders. I noticed they had a red binder and a black pen. Remember this. I then went to tend to my other customers as there were a couple other tables I was waiting on. Once I brought their food out to them, they asked me if I knew any realtors. I found this to be fairly normal as this being a tourist vacation state it is, it wasn't uncommon for outsiders to be looking for a getaway home. I would say this was reasonable for me to assume it was nothing if they didn't already look like the unsavory type of people, if you get what I mean. Nonetheless, I gave them the phone number of a realtor I knew closely, since I often went to church with her. There weren't any other notable interactions I really had aside from occasional small talk, if I wasn't doing anything or refilling their drinks. It was around 4:30 p.m. now, and they were the last of my tables to leave the restaurant. If any of you are in the food industry, you know that as a server, you don't really get breaks. Just a lunch most of the time, and sometimes not even that if it's super busy. So my cook and I took this as an opportunity to take a well-deserved break. We walked out behind them and had a small chat with them. I should mention by now that the front of the restaurant had a disabled ramp coming out to the doors. It was long because the building was on a raised foundation. This is important. Now, I didn't really notice it at the time, but one of the men took my cook to the other side of the ramp, down near the end, and was chatting with him over a cigarette. I was behind the railing at the top of the platform where the ramp plateaued. Luckily, the other man and the woman were on the other side of the railing, about 5 feet below, but in front of me. We were having some small talk, and they started to ask some personal questions, such as if I lived in the area, if I smoked weed, how old I was, etc. I hadn't quite learned yet that telling strangers such personal things wasn't a good idea. However, this for some reason was starting to raise some red flags. I gave very vague answers to all their questions as best as I could. Unfortunately, they still persisted in trying to have some sort of communication with me outside of my work. Whether or not I said no. I suppose when they finally realized that I wasn't going to give that information up, the woman finally got to her point. She told me that she had a business offer for me. It was for a cleaning service. I don't like cleaning anyway, so regardless, I would have said no. However, what she said next solidified my answer. She proceeded to tell me that she owned a maid service called the Pretty Kitty's Maid Service. She She said that she needed pretty and young girls like me. Now she had 10 girls now as it was, and she wanted to expand. She mentioned how they got paid $30K. She didn't specify the time length and how it would be a great opportunity for me to help her with her business. I instantly knew at that point that it certainly wasn't a maid business and I was in danger. However, I didn't understand just how much danger I was in. I politely declined her offer and told her I liked my job as it was, and I was satisfied working for my boss. She tried to further convince me by telling me how easy it was and reiterating how much I'd make under her supervision. She mentioned how she had a van for her business and described it to me. I can't exactly remember what she told me, but I do remember how she told me to follow her to her car. She said she'd show me a picture of her van in her car. Her phone was in her hands. I knew for certain I wasn't going anywhere with her or near that car. I declined yet again and said that I was fine right where I was. I said she could show me on her phone instead, but she was hesitant. After which she proceeds to end the conversation and left with the two men. A little shaken, I walked back into the restaurant with my cook and told him what I had just experienced. He joked about how I'd have good money if I went with him, because I didn't take the situation as serious as I should have. I laughed with him. At the end of that night, when the cook's grandmother came to pick us up, I mentioned the weird interaction. A panicked look came over her, and she sat silent, staring at me. I got confused and asked her if everything was okay. That's when I learned the signs of human trafficking. She broke it to me that I was almost trafficked, and I was incredibly lucky I didn't get kidnapped. My stomach dropped, and I started to panic at the realization of how much danger I was in. Nothing really happened after that, except for the red binder and the black pen I told you to remember. I went to work the next day, and a customer walked in. Now, normally in my part of town, not many people like to sit and relax for a while. They're mostly there to just eat and leave. As it wasn't exactly a cafe, well, I get into my apron and sit this gentleman. He was well dressed, not in a suit and tie, but just nicely dressed. He was alone. I saw him at a single booth and took his order of one single coffee. He had a red binder and black pen with him. I didn't even notice until my cook from the night before reminded me of it. I was so shocked at the fact, and it unsettled me even more that he proceeded to sit there for 3 hours, watching me as I tended to my tables. I kept asking him if he needed anything else, and he asked me if people never just sat and relaxed with coffee. I sort of shrugged and said no, not here. Now this might come as a surprise to some of you, but servers, believe it or not, do not listen on some of your conversations. I'm lucky I did with this one. I specifically remember him speaking over the phone about finances and how he needed to find another house. He spoke about moving money and how he was going to pay his girls that night. I ran to the back of the kitchen and told him I cook. Thankfully, he came out with me to help deliver some plates in order to throw that guy off. It works, I think. He ended up leaving not long after that, and I haven't seen or heard anything since. I'll tell you though, I've been much more on guard since then. Back in 2013, I had to go out and find an internship to be able to progress in my education. But at the time, it proved to be almost impossible to get one. So while I was looking, I decided to take another job just to make sure we had food on the table. I found out a friend of my fiance's family had his own handicap bus company, a kind of taxi service for wheelchair users or otherwise disabled people. And he used someone to cover the night shift since it was a bus that had to be on call at least 22 hours a day. Seeing that I'm quite the night owl, I immediately told him I'd be happy to take the job. And after I got the needed license, I was hired. The job was pretty basic. Pick up people and drop them off where they needed to go. And sometimes use a machine to get wheelchairs up or down some stairs. And when there were no trips, I drove to a designated area and did whatever while waiting. I quickly found a truck stop in the area where I could park and catch some Z's while waiting. There was a gas station where I would buy coffee in the early hours of the shift. And on the other side of the gas station's parking lot, on the opposite side of the truck stop, there was a rundown restaurant with a motel connected to it. To not disturb the sleeping truckers, if I got a trip in the middle of the night, I usually parked on the restaurant side. After parking there every night for a while, I noticed one particular room had a lot of people come and go. In the beginning, I thought nothing of it. Then one night, at the end of the summer, all's half asleep with the windows slightly open, I suddenly heard yelling coming from the motel, and a dude came tumbling out of the room and started running. And a few seconds later, a big dude came running after him with something in his hand. I could not make out what it was. I thought that it was none of my business, and I went back to my half-sleeping waiting stage. Not much time passed, and my phone went off. I had a trip an hour's drive away, so I turned on the bus and was leaving the parking lot when I saw the big guy coming around the corner. The rest of the night, I had a back-to-back trip, so I didn't park until I got home. The day after, I didn't get a return to home zone until 2 or 3 a.m. when I arrived at the parking lot. The area where I used to park had fist-sized rocks strewn all over the place, not connecting the dots at the time. I just parked a few spots over and started waiting. I fell asleep pretty fast, but I was jerked back into reality. The car right in front of my bus honked its horn, flashed the high beams and revved its engine. I thought it was just some idiot who noticed me sleeping and found it funny trying to make me shit myself. So I jumped out of the bus to tell him to fuck off. But instead of driving off or stopping, the driver made the stop brake thing with the car indicating that I was the one who should fuck off. And then I connected the dots. Not wanting to seem like a pushover, I stood still and stared at the car. I thought I could actually see anything with the high beams almost blinding me. And after what seemed like a really long time, it must not have been more than 30 seconds, the car drove off. After that, I decided to park near the trucks from then on. A month or so passed and nothing had happened since the car episode, and I figured that nothing more would if I just kept parking by the trucks. Then one night I had a long 12-hour shift on a Sunday, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and I didn't have time to eat dinner before work that day. As during the first half of my shift, I had back-to-back trips with no time to eat. So when I got a return to home zone, I quickly parked in the far end of the almost empty truck stop, got ready to eat my now very late dinner that my fiancé packed for me. I wanted to watch some TV on my phone while eating, so I sat with my back against the driver's side door and got comfy. While turning my back to the door, I accidentally hit the door lock with my elbow. That was my luck. As I was sitting there scrolling Netflix on my phone, and heard the clack of the door handle behind me smack back in position. I quickly turned and saw a dude with a hood over his head quickly crouching and proceeding to lay down on the ground and crawling under the bus with a big-ass kitchen knife in his right hand. I quickly got up and made sure the other 2 doors were locked, and then I looked at all the Russians to see if I could still spot him. He was still under the bus, and I was sure as hell not jumping out this time, since the knife made his intentions pretty clear. I turned on the engine, turned on the spots in the back of the bus, and looked around to see if it scared him off. Lucky for me, it did. I saw him run off and into a bushy woody area at the end of the truck stop. I never parked that truck stop again after that night. I made sure all the doors were locked every time I was parked. When I was in my mid-20s, I worked night shifts at a 7-Eleven. I was still doing online school at the time, and I figured most of my shifts would be slow enough for me to get some schoolwork done during my shifts. For the most part, this actually worked out. I'd be the only one there, and it would never really get busy. Whenever someone would come in, I'd just push my laptop aside, and when they left, I'd continue my school stuff. This night, it was very cold and rainy outside, which always made me happy because almost no customers would come in. I had my laptop out and was focused on school for almost 2 hours straight when the front door opened and a man walked in. He looked 30 with a beard and short hair. I put my laptop off to the side and waited for him to come up to the counter. The man looked around the aisles for a minute or two, then walked out, got in his car, and left. Not thinking too much about it, I grabbed my laptop and continued about my work. Another 30 minutes passed, when out of the corner of my eye, I saw headlights pulling up in front of the store. I looked over and was confused to see the same car that was here earlier. I thought maybe it was just a coincidence, but when the guy got out, it was the same man. This time he walked into the store, came right up to the counter before I could even move my laptop. "Restroom?" he asked. "Oh, yeah, it's right over there." I wasn't expecting that question at all. He walked over to the restroom and went in. It was one of those single-person ones, not like a whole room. I couldn't help but think it was a bit odd to come back 30 minutes later to just use the bathroom. Like there had to be somewhere closer to wherever he was, unless he stayed in the area for the whole 30 minutes. He possibly could have been back to also grab something that he decided he needed. I don't know. I waited a couple minutes, and then a couple more, and then it started to get a little unusual. Honestly though, I did not want to be that guy who checks up on him or knocks on the door or whatever. Another 15 minutes passed, so he'd been in there for almost 25 minutes at this point, when a police officer pulled into the parking lot. He circled around and slowed down right behind the other guy's car, clearly inspecting it. And after a little bit, he stopped his vehicle right behind the car and got out. The officer came into the store and looked around the sales floor, then looked at me and asked if I knew who was the owner of that car outside. The officer looked more than just curious. He looked worried. I pointed at the bathroom and said he'd been in there for a while. The officer went over and didn't hesitate to begin banging on the door. It was clear something was seriously wrong. After a minute of him knocking and yelling, he looked at me and asked if I had a key to the door. I was kind of shaky, but I sifted through the drawer under the counter and found the key, then ran it over to him. He unlocked the door and opened it, gun raised. The room was empty. I couldn't believe it. After getting interrogated for a minute, I assured the cop that he had gone in there and never came out. The officer did a more thorough search and happened to notice the ceiling was accessible. It was one of those ceilings that's made up of panels where you could just push them out. I guess the man had gotten on top of the sink and was able to haul himself up. The officer called him back up, and within 15 minutes, they found the man hiding inside the ceiling. They got him out and arrested him. As I've been told, the guy was on the run after doing some absolutely horrible things to several random and innocent people. Earlier in the night, they got a description of his car and caught his license plate on a store camera. The officers made it seem like I was lucky because the past individuals he had harmed were all alone in the middle of the night, either working or just walking around outside. Whether the man was trying to hide in the ceiling because he knew the cops were after him, or he was doing so to try something on me, is unclear. Thankfully, he's locked up for good, though. I'm a security guard for a mid-sized office building. It's located right in the center of the city. Around here, crime rates are pretty high, so it's not uncommon for businesses to have huge losses from break-ins at night. I usually have a coworker with me, but during this month I was alone, while the company I worked for was training up a new employee. I didn't mind it at all, though. Being alone was more boring and made it harder to stay awake, but having a partner sometimes could get annoying, depending on who it is. Anyway, it was around 2 weeks into this month when I was patrolling the lot like usual and noticed a couple guys far off on the other side of the road. They were standing around in the dark, looking in my direction. I don't know if they were looking at the building or watching me, but it gave me an uneasy feeling. The next time I made my rounds, they were gone. I took a mental note of it, but I didn't think about it too much. The rest of the night was quiet. I got out at 6 a.m. with nothing more to report on. The next couple days were uneventful as well. But then, one night at the end of the week, I made my rounds outside and saw them again. They were in the same spot as last time, standing in the dark and watching me. It made me uncomfortable again, so instead of continuing my rounds, I stayed out on that side of the building. Maybe if they saw that I noticed them, they would leave. I stood out there and walked back and forth for about 5 minutes before the men walked away. As I was out there, I tried to take notes of what they looked like, but there really wasn't much I could make out from that distance. I stayed out for another 10 or 15 minutes after they left, making sure they didn't come back. Then I went back inside. With them gone, I figured now was a good time to head to the break room and take my lunch. It was about 1 a.m. The break room was at the far end of the hallway in the back of the building. I sat at a table and started eating while scrolling on my phone when I suddenly heard a noise. I put my phone down and looked at the door to the hallway. I'd never heard any noises like that before. After a few seconds, I got up and walked over to the doorway. I stood there for a good 30 seconds, waiting to hear anything, but it all seemed so quiet that I figured it must have been nothing. I went back and finished my lunch. Afterward, I went to the security office and double-checked that there were no alerts or flags. Everything looked good. Usually this was the time of night where I just sit in my chair and wait around, but something in me felt like going to make another rounds. The noise I heard didn't have me nervous though. I think if anything, I was actually just more curious about what it was and found it as something for me to look for while I was bored. I started my rounds outside, walking around the building. It was quiet, just the ambient sound of the buzzing streetlights. Nobody was out there. I went back inside and started walking through the inside of the building. Usually, unless there was a flag or alert in the system, I wouldn't go checking every inch of the place. I'd just walk up and down the hallway and make sure nothing was off. The hallway was long though, and was in the shape of an L, so it was more like two long hallways. On one side was the main door, and on the other side, there was a door to a mini stairwell that had an emergency exit door. It was one that was original to the building, so one of those old heavy metal doors. And as far as I knew, it wasn't connected to the security system because of how old it was. To bypass this, the company just put a huge padlock on it and bolted it shut to essentially make it useless. However, when I got to the end of the hallway and looked through the door window into the stairwell, I was in complete disbelief. The padlock was snapped in half, laying on the ground, and the metal door had been forced open. I felt lightheaded as I hurried back to the security office. If someone had broken in, how the hell did they slip past me, unnoticed? Surely I would have seen or heard them. I started scanning through the tapes. I got to the point where I was standing outside, watching the two men. After they left, I stayed for a bit to keep watch. During that time, they came around to the back of the building and snapped the lock off, breaking in and going into the workrooms. Disturbingly, they were still inside the building when I came back inside. One of them was just on the other side of a door, literally 2 feet from me, as I walked past him and into the break room. While I was in there, one of them bumped into a desk while trying to hide, which was likely the sound I heard. When I went back outside to do my rounds, that's when they made a run for it. On the tapes, it was pretty clear that they both had weapons, either large knives on their belts, or possibly even small firearms, which makes me think they were prepared to take me down if it came to that. I called the police and handed over the tapes, but nothing ever came of it. They weren't great quality, and the men had their faces covered. The company claimed several hard drives, or files or something, were taken, and they seemed pretty worried about it. However, to this day, there's been no more info on the men or their motives. I work night shifts at a hospital, specifically in the ER. I'm the front desk worker that typically checks people in, though we still see a lot of crazy things here. Each night is unpredictable. This night started out quiet. We had a few people come and go, but nothing too big happened. I was mostly sitting at my desk talking to my coworker, Amy, about whatever we could think of talking about. Around 2 a.m., Amy went on break to go to the cafeteria, so it was just me at the front counter. Really soon after, like not even a minute after she left, a man came through the front doors. He was wearing a black zip-up hoodie and black jeans. His hair was dark and somewhat long, and looked unkempt, like he hadn't showered or maybe had just woken up. He walked up to the counter slowly and had this strange aura about him. It made me feel unsettled. I'm looking for Hannah Smith. I didn't remember the exact name he gave, but it was a woman's name, and as far as I knew, they hadn't been admitted recently. Still, I checked the records, but I saw no one by that name. The man seemed uncomfortable as he waited. I told him there wasn't anyone here by that name, and that he may need to check other hospitals in the area. He awkwardly nodded and walked out. I glanced at the security guard, who was standing at the other side of the room, and we both made that eye contact, agreeing that that guy was a little strange. A half hour later, Amy came back. The rest of that shift was quiet and slow. I got out at 4 a.m., saying bye to my coworkers and heading out to the parking lot. This wasn't the largest hospital, but the parking lot was really oversized. It was huge, and all the workers were supposed to park in the back to make room for patients closer to the building. As I walked to my car, a weird feeling came over me, and I randomly thought back to that man that came in earlier. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt unsettled again. Maybe it was the eerily quiet parking lot at night. I walked a bit faster, got up to my car, and got in. I tossed my bag on the passenger seat and started driving. I lived about 20 minutes away. The roads were long and empty, but throughout that drive, I still couldn't shake the strange feeling. I felt like I was being followed or watched. Yet every time I looked in the mirrors, nobody else was on the road behind me. When I finally got home, I pulled into my driveway and parked, getting out and going in through the front door. I hadn't even taken my shoes off yet when I heard footsteps sprinting up to the porch. They got right up to the door and immediately shook the handle, trying to open it. Thankfully, I always instinctively lock the door every time I open or close it. As soon as they realized it was locked, they stopped. There was a pause before a familiar voice spoke. "Excuse me, ma'am, can you please open the door? I need help. Please, open the door." It was the creepy guy from the hospital. I didn't respond and shakily took my phone out and called the cops. Seconds later, the man bolted away. I looked out the peephole and saw him run down the road and disappear in the dark, but confirming it was definitely the same guy with the black hoodie and black jeans. When cops arrived, I was hit with probably the most insane, creepy, and downright horrifying information. The back door to my car in my driveway was open. He had been in the back seat the entire drive home, which explains how he got up to my front door so fast. Even more disturbing is that he was probably hoping I'd park in my garage, which would essentially give him access to my entire house that night. Parking in the driveway probably caught him off guard and likely saved my life that night. They used the footage from the hospital's CCTV to identify the man and found him a few days later. He was some nobody that I'd never met in my life, but he had some strange fixation with me. He had stalked me from outside the hospital for weeks, figuring out which car I drove, and probably just trying to find a night that I accidentally left my car unlocked for too long. Even though he was caught, he never admitted to anything, and just repeatedly said that he wanted to talk to me, and that was it. This was a while ago, but I haven't heard or seen anything about him since. It was the first weekend of February. I was at home, having the days off of work. Everything was pretty regular, but sometime in the middle of the day on Saturday, I thought I heard something from upstairs. It was a thud, just one, and not very alarmingly loud or anything. I'd never heard it before, which was the only reason I went up to see if I could figure out what it was. I didn't find anything, though. I wasn't worried and hardly thought about it for the rest of the day. Hours later, and as I was winding down for the night, sitting on the couch and barely keeping my eyes open, there was another thought, almost identical to the last. Again, I looked around and saw nothing. I even opened the door to the spare bedroom, which was entirely empty, and looked around, not seeing anything. Maybe it was an animal on the roof, or just the house making strange noises. I went to bed that night, not too long after. The next day, I got up and went downstairs like usual to make coffee and breakfast. As I did, something felt off. Like as I walked around the kitchen and made breakfast, things seemed like they had been moved. The cereal and chips I had in the pantry just didn't look like they were where I'd left them. Obviously, I didn't purposefully try to remember the order they were in or anything, so I couldn't confirm it. I just had that weird feeling, like it wasn't right, which I didn't know how it could be possible. I tried to pay more attention to things the rest of that morning, but eventually I forgot about it. I think I was caught up on how impossible it would have been, so I had to be mistaken. The rest of that day, I was downstairs, watching TV and doing some chores. It was just after sunset when I heard that same thought again. I stood up to go check on it, just like every time before, but as I approached the stairs, I heard a click. It was very quiet, but was definitely a click of some kind. I went up to the top of the steps and listened for a second, then looked around my bedroom, finding nothing. Then I went over to the spare bedroom, figuring I might as well check again. I grabbed the handle and turned it, but it stopped halfway. It was locked from the other side. Blood rushed from my face, and my heart stung from the sudden panic. I took a few weak steps away from the door, feeling like my legs were giving out, but I brought myself together when I heard a movement behind the door, approaching the other side. I started to run back down the stairs as I heard another click, followed by the door creaking open. I left out the front door and ran to the end of the street, where I called 911. When searching the home, they found no one, but in the spare bedroom closet, there were grocery bags and a blanket. Someone had been trying to live in there, at least for those 2 days, but probably even longer without me knowing. Likely they were coming out at night while I was sleeping to go downstairs and eat and drink and do whatever. It sends chills through me just thinking about it. Thankfully, they seem to have left for good after that night. What they would have done had I found them is something I never even want to know. I was staying inside for the night. It was really cold outside, with a heavy snowstorm coming through our town. I had the TV playing my comfort show, and I was half asleep on the couch when I heard footsteps approaching outside my front door. Their boots were loud enough to get my attention and wake me up. I looked at the door, but they didn't knock. They stood there for a few seconds, then their boots took a couple more steps before it suddenly went quiet. It sounded like they stepped off the porch and into the snow, which I can no longer hear. Confused, I got up and looked out the window. The snowstorm was worse than I thought. It was almost completely white outside, making it hard to see more than a few feet past the window. Barely, I could make out shoe prints in the snow coming off the porch. Why did they just step off the porch like that? And what were they even doing outside right now? With the weather, I couldn't really get any more answers. I checked out the side and back windows for any more shoe prints in case they walked around my house, but I didn't see much of anything. I went back to the couch and laid down. I felt it was weird, but I didn't want to overreact about it. An hour or so went by, and there was nothing else. The soft rumble of the snowstorm outside and the low volume of the TV made my eyes heavy, slowly putting me to sleep. When my eyes eventually opened, it was still very dark. The TV was on its timeout screen, showing it was 3 a.m. The snowstorm was still going strong, but strangely, it was much louder. As I continued to wake up, I began realizing it was extremely loud, like the sound was clear and crisp, not muffled by the windows. My eyes darted fully open, and I got up. I turned on the light next to me, seeing water spots all over the room, going right to the front door, which was wide open. Snow was pouring into the house, and boot prints were outlined in the water going through the hallway. I could kind of make out the same boot prints leaving the house, but I wasn't sure. I got my phone and locked myself in the bathroom as I called for help. Turned out whoever broke in had already left. It seemed they came in and looked around for something specific, and after not finding it, they just walked back out into the blizzard. While they were in my home, they either somehow didn't notice me on the couch or crept past me, quietly looking around my house without waking me. Even the idea of it creeps the hell out of me. I haven't had a good night's sleep after that, constantly waking up in the middle of the night, startled by every little creak. I worked at a gas station for 2 years, starting in 2015. During the winter of my first year, I had a regular customer come in a lot. I worked night shifts, so whenever anyone came in more than once, I'd usually recognize them. This guy was a trucker who told me his name was Paul. He was a really nice guy, though he definitely had something different about him. He was always smiley, like too smiley and happy, especially for it being the middle of the night. Sometimes I actually found it creepy. Anyway, one night he came in and he was acting differently. He walked in and greeted me, but as he looked around the aisles, his face was dull and almost angry. He picked out an energy drink and came up to the counter, and his face suddenly changed back to that overly happy look. I could see dread in his eyes though, making his smile seem even more fake and almost disturbing in a way. He paid and walked out to his truck, then drove off. I'd almost forgotten about it until the next day when I saw his truck pull in again. It was pretty cold and snowy outside. When Paul came in, he had that same look as yesterday, except he didn't smile at all. He grabbed the first drink on the shelf and came up to the counter. As he paid, he started asking me questions, like how busy it was tonight and when my shift was over. Then, before he left, he asked if I wouldn't mind helping him lift something in his truck. Having known him for so long now, I agreed, wanting to be helpful, and put on my jacket and followed him outside. The gas station was empty, aside from his truck, parked on the far side of the lot. I followed him over there, and he opened the passenger door, then walked around to the driver's side and got in. He said it was right up here, gesturing for me to get in as well. I climbed up and sat down. It was one of those big box trucks that had a door behind the seats for access to the cargo section. I looked at Paul. He had that strange, wide smile again. "It's just right in there. I'll follow behind you." He pointed at the door. I suddenly felt very unsettled and could sense that this wasn't what he said it was. I sat there, trying to figure out what to say or do, and I began to notice an odor. It was strong and disgusting, coming from whatever the hell was behind that door. I looked back up at Paul. His face was tense, but he held that smile and just watched me, waiting for me to move. I jumped back out of the truck, slamming the door behind me and hurrying back into the station. He didn't follow. As I was hurrying back though, I thought I heard him yell, like a frustrated yell coming from the truck. The wind covered most of the sound. He pulled out of the gas station soon after. I worked there for another year, and Paul never showed up again, not even once. I don't know what was back there, or what was really going on with Paul, but I think I was lucky to not have to find out. It was just before Christmas. School was out, but my parents still worked during the day. I was an only child, which meant I had the whole house alone, could do whatever I wanted all day while they were gone. This was just another weekday, I think Tuesday, and my parents left for work at 9. I immediately fired up my PC in my bedroom and started gaming. Strangely, only 15 or 20 minutes after my parents had left, there was a knock at the front door. Being young and not used to answering the door alone, I chose to ignore it. I tried not to make too much noise for the next little bit because I didn't want them to think anyone was home, hoping they would just leave. I didn't hear any more knocks, so I continued on with my day. I was playing video games for way too long, honestly, like 3 or 4 hours straight before I even got up from my desk to make some breakfast. I went downstairs and poured a bowl of cereal, then started walking back to bring it upstairs when I noticed the front door was unlocked. I thought that was weird because my parents always remembered to lock it and usually would leave through the garage anyway. I went over and slid the lock down, then went back up to my room. I think it was around 1 or 2 p.m. After finishing eating, I got right back to gaming. I had just reopened my game and loaded into a new match, so like only 3 minutes later, when I felt something shake my desk. I didn't hear anything, but I had my headset on, so it was unlikely I would have, unless it was really loud. It felt like a vibration though, which I'd usually only feel from my parents closing a door or something. I took my headset off and looked at the bedroom door, listening for what could have caused it. It was quiet. I got up and opened the door, then looked down the hallway toward the stairs, again, listening for anything, and again, not hearing anything. I was thinking it could have been the heater turning on, but I couldn't help but think how the door was unlocked earlier, and it just gave me an uneasy feeling. I walked over to the stairs, and just as I got to the top and looked down, I saw a shadow move near the bottom. I froze, and just a second later, the shadow stopped moving too, like they somehow saw me. My heart was pounding. I felt like I stood motionless for an entire minute before the shadow moved again. I could faintly hear footsteps walking toward the back of the house, and then the back door quietly open and close, and then silence. I ran to my parents' bedroom and called 911 with the home phone. Police came a few minutes later. This only seemed to get more disturbing and strange though. There were no signs of the intruder breaking in, unless he had picked the lock on the front door. However, it was still locked when police arrived, which means he likely got inside sometime during the 3 to 4 hours I was gaming. I also think back to the knocks I heard right after my parents had left, but I just can't see what they were doing inside for that long. He was almost definitely in the house when I went downstairs and made myself a bowl of cereal though, maybe even watching me from another room, hiding somewhere. We don't know what his intentions were, but I've never truly felt safe again since that day. I was taking a road trip across the country to my family's house for Christmas. I know driving that long of distance during winter is probably not a great idea, but I couldn't find anyone to watch my dog Frankie, so I had to bring him with me. He's just a little wiener dog, and I thought he'd be terrified of flying, so I decided to drive. The first half of the trip down there went well without any issues. Great weather, easy driving, and no problems. On the morning of the second part of the drive, though, I woke up to heavy downfall of snow. I packed up quickly and tried to outrun the weather, but it seemed to only get worse. Halfway there, I realized it was taking too long, and I wouldn't make it there by the end of the night. So I ended up choosing to find a motel to stay at instead. The road I was on was pretty empty. There wasn't much of anything, aside from the occasional gas station, every 50 or so miles. So when I finally saw a sign for a motel, I immediately pulled off and into the parking lot. It was a very old-looking building, and most of the lights were off, but there was another car parked here, so I figured it had to be a worker. I left the car on for Frankie as I got out and walked through the blizzard and up to the main entrance. The door wouldn't open. I wiped the fog off the outside of the window and put my face closer, trying to look through and see if anyone was inside, but it looked dark and deserted. I wasn't sure what to think, but I didn't have much time before I heard Frankie barking. I looked back, seeing two men walking past my car and up to me. The way they walked, it was clear something was wrong. I tried to start walking back to my car and ignore them, but they cut me off. Hey, was the place open? No. I think it's closed tonight. Sorry, I said, trying to walk around them. Do you think you could help us? We're having some car troubles. Maybe you could spare some gas. It was like they were fighting for any reason to keep talking to me. I said no, then backed up and made a wide walk around them. And even then, they still tried to get in front of me. I hurried back into my car as their footsteps crunched quickly behind me. By the time I got in and locked the doors, they were already at my window. Frankie was whining, and I couldn't blame him. This was really uncomfortable and kind of scary since we were so far out on a deserted road. One of them repeatedly knocked on my window, asking for help still, but it was so obvious that he didn't need any, and this was just some kind of trap or something. Before anything could get worse, I backed up and drove out onto the main road. After giving it some thought, I ended up dialing 911 to report their strange behavior. I got a call back from an officer 20 minutes later saying they weren't at the parking lot anymore, and neither was their car. If that doesn't scream guilty, I don't know what does. Their car clearly worked enough for them to leave, and they apparently left right after I did. More so than my slight interaction with the men, it's the thought of what they were potentially trying to do that horrifies me. If anything had happened out there, I probably never would have been found. For a while, my husband and I were considering going on a double date. We had been together for 20 years and had 3 daughters, so we were happy in life, but getting bored in the bedroom. However, for the longest time, discussions about opening up our marriage felt too scary to pursue. Then, one year, for Valentine's Day, we just said screw it and decided to go for it. We looked on Facebook for potential partners as we didn't want to involve anyone we knew. And we were surprised by how easy it was to find couples and even entire communities of people eager to swap partners. The problem was, we were also daunted by the overt nature of all the parties and hookups. It took us a bit to find a couple who seemed to share our mindset. But then we met Richard and Cynthia. Richard owned a small software company, so they had a lot of money, yet they were still down-to-earth and respectful in our conversations on Facebook. We set up a dinner date for Valentine's Day, thinking it would be fine whether we decided to go all the way or not. We left our oldest daughter in charge of her siblings for the evening and drove to the restaurant. Richard and Cynthia were already there, but we were taken aback by how different they looked from their photos. Richard had a huge beard and bushy eyebrows covering half his face, and Cynthia's face was crammed full of Botox, paralyzing in a horrid expression. We sat down anyway and started talking. just regular small talk. But then, Cynthia made a comment that weirded me out. She asked what it was like living in our neighborhood, mentioning our exact neighborhood by name. I asked how she knew we lived there, but she just said it was on my Facebook profile. I nodded my head, but I was pretty sure I was careful not to put that out there. So a few minutes later, I excused myself to the bathroom. Cynthia followed me uninvited. I went into a stall and checked my Facebook and my husband's. Just as I suspected, nowhere did anything mention where we lived other than the city, which has hundreds, maybe thousands of neighborhoods. Now I had a really bad feeling about Cynthia. If she knew the neighborhood, did she already know the address? What kind of research did they do on us? Then, when I came out of the stall, Cynthia was waiting for me, attempting to smile through her Botox. She said I looked nervous, then reached into her purse and pulled out a little white pill. She said it would help me relax and open up to this big opportunity. Not knowing what the hell it could be, I declined it. And on the way back, I texted my daughter that we would probably be heading home early. Glancing at my husband's face, I could tell his conversation alone with Richard went about the same way. I tried to make up an excuse to go home as their daughter hadn't texted me back. But they insisted we at least stay for dinner and have a drink. They said we could still back out of what would happen after dinner. So even though we were uncomfortable, we stayed. Throughout the whole day, the conversation crawled awkwardly, and they slowly started looking at us more and more like we were prey. They even coerced us into getting dessert. And when it was finally over, they tried to get us to go back to their place with them, but we had had enough. We finally shook those creeps and got in the car to head home. My husband revealed he had also been offered a strange pill, cementing the fact that those people were bad news. I still couldn't relax though, as my daughter hadn't responded to me. And when I called, she didn't pick up. I started to worry, and that's when she started sending me cryptic garbled texts. She wasn't making any sense, but I knew something was up, so I told my husband to step on it. When we arrived at the house, we were met with the worst scene imaginable. The house was surrounded by cop cars and ambulances, and the front door was broken in. I ran out of the car and into the house, looking for my daughters. But I only found cops. I started sobbing as I checked every single room. They were shouting at me, but I couldn't understand them. I thought I had lost my daughters forever. Then, my husband finally took my hand and dragged me out to the backyard, where I saw my daughters, all being questioned by cops. They were visibly shaken, but they weren't hurt. My oldest daughter ran to me and hugged me, apologizing for trying to sneak a boy into the house. I was confused at first, but she said she had planned to have her boyfriend over while we were gone. But when he arrived, he saw two windowless vans parked in the driveway. He warned her, and she was able to round up her sisters and took them into the shed in the backyard to hide. Just as he saw the masked men get out of the vans and break into the house, that's when he called the police. But the kidnappers, thinking the house was empty, escaped before the cops arrived. I was so happy they were safe, but I also felt terrible for leaving them in harm's way. I knew that date with those horrible people had been employed to get my husband and I out of the house. I'm sure if we took those pills or went home with them, they would have kidnapped us too. I told the police to go looking for them, but somehow they had just disappeared, like they never even existed. The only thing they could find was a credit card under Richard's name, which turned out to be fake, that was used at dinner and to rent an Airbnb. His supposed software company didn't exist either. It was just a front for a human trafficking ring. At least that's what the police concluded. I have to believe them. Otherwise, I don't understand how they could have known where we lived. To this day, I still can't believe how close my husband and I came to throwing away the lives of our entire family. One day at school, I randomly fell into conversation with a girl in my class named Caroline. We talked and traded socials, but then winter break started the next day, so I didn't think I'd ever really see her again. However, we ended up texting and FaceTiming a lot. It turned into a talking stage, so much so that I was excited to go back to school just to see her. When I saw Caroline in person again, I suddenly realized I had major feelings for her. I confessed my feelings into my elated relief. She felt the same way. We hung out after school that day, but she told me her father would be pissed if she started dating a boy before he could meet them. I was nervous about it, but I agreed to go over to her house to meet her. As it turned out, her dad was totally chill with us dating, and I was glad he and I got off on the right foot. Afterward, Caroline took me to her bedroom to hang out with the door open. We talked for a while, getting closer and closer, until it seemed like we were about to lean in for a kiss. But then, all of a sudden, a random guy burst into the room. He was our age. He looked shocked to see me there. I was confused as I knew Caroline didn't have any brothers, so I started to think for a moment that she had another boyfriend. She quickly explained that this guy was her cousin, Anthony, who lived nearby and would often come over unannounced just to hang out. She even asked Anthony if he wanted to chill with us, but he bitterly said that he'd leave us alone. That interruption was weird, but with my first girlfriend sitting next to me on the bed, I forgot about it almost instantly. We kissed and cuddled for hours. From there, our relationship rapidly escalated. I took her out on dates almost every single day. We had lunch together at school, and we'd pretty much stopped hanging out with her friends altogether. My friends were enthusiastically supportive, even cheering me on for bagging a baddie. Caroline's friends, however, were not. She said they were being mean to her, calling her fake and ignoring it. There was even a random number texting her horrible things about how she was a loose hag and a traitor. Some of the things they were saying to her were just horrendous. I told her I'd deal with it, but she didn't want me going after her friends. I agreed to be chill, but I found it hard to believe that her so-called friends would say such nasty things to her. They weren't the only problems, though. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched at school. It was like everyone was side-eyeing us, talking behind our backs and spreading rumors. I wanted to get us away from all the drama, so I took Caroline out to lunch. We sat inside by a window, while we were waiting for our food to come out though. I also got a text from the same random number, but it wasn't just calling me a thirsty friend thief. It was a death threat. I elected not to tell Caroline to avoid freaking her out. About 10 minutes later, we dug into our food. That's when I noticed over her shoulder that a sketchy-looking figure on a bicycle had stopped outside the restaurant and was looking in. They were wearing a hood over their face, so I couldn't see who they were or if they were looking at us, but they gave me the creeps. Still, I didn't let Caroline know about it. I wanted to keep her in good spirits. Later, we went to see a movie, just some cheesy chick flick rom-com. We sat all the way in the back, privacy. But right before the movie started, I spotted a lone individual enter the theater and sit down near the front. It was weird to see a single person in there, as everyone else had a date. It was too dark for me to see who they were, but something about them was familiar. Of course, Caroline proved to be quite distracted. We basically made out through the whole movie. When it was finished, I knew from the look in her eyes that it was finally time. I drove us to a nearby park. It was late, so nobody was in the parking lot. I parked and turned off the lights. Then we slipped into the back seat. We started making out and taking off our clothes. I was psyched. I was finally going to lose my virginity. Then, out of nowhere, someone started pounding on the window like they were trying to smash it. They shined a bright flashlight into the car and screamed at us to come out. I thought we were being busted by the cops, so we quickly put on our clothes. Then I opened the door. But it wasn't a cop standing outside the door. It was Caroline's cousin, Anthony. He pulled me out of the car and started wailing on me. I fought back, but I didn't want to seriously hurt him. Caroline quickly pulled us apart and tried to get Anthony to calm down. But he was a wreck, screaming and sobbing with anger, saying I stole Caroline from him. Suddenly, it made sense. He was the one following us and texting us threats because he loved Caroline. In that kind of way. I tried to reason with Anthony, but almost as soon as I opened my mouth, he pulled out a knife and put it up to his throat. I quickly charged, tackling him to the ground and pulling the knife away. He struggled, but I was thankfully able to restrain him. Caroline called the cops, who Baker acted out. Essentially, that means he sort of got arrested, but instead of being charged, He was placed in a facility for a few days until he was no longer a danger to himself or others. Anthony was later forced to transfer schools and live with another family member. After that, things went back to normal. Almost. Caroline and I still have a committed and passionate relationship, but the Anthony thing still looks over us sometimes. There's an unspoken rule up in the mountains that no matter who you are, friend, bitter rival, stranger, anyone, if you're ever in a pinch and come across another hunter's cabin, you're welcome to seek shelter there. Or maybe it's unspoken because there's hardly anyone to speak to, in the winter months especially. You'd be hard-pressed to see another soul for weeks, sometimes even months. But that's the rule. You need it, you use it. No judgment, no questions asked. Just don't steal anything. Now, I'm not a burly seasoned mountain man that flosses with tree bark and never shaves, but I do like to hunt. I often leave my small Alaskan village for weeks at a time and take to my hunting lodge up in the mountains. I'm a fairly cautious guy, and I know the mountains can be traitorous, so when I leave prepared. I check the long-term forecasts and gather the necessary supplies, bring backups, and make sure I've got enough of everything that I need to survive, at least a week longer than I plan on staying. Just in case. I always believed that my precautions would protect me, but like a child's security blanket, they were only a paper-thin illusion of safety. There's really no planning when Mother Nature decides she's in a mood. That's why I never expected to get caught in a blizzard this day. It started out sunny and cold, but as the day progressed, a few clouds formed. By the time they had massed into a heavy cloud covering, I was already on my way back to my cabin, with a couple of hairs hanging over my shoulders. I'd named them dinner and breakfast. I was planning on eating breakfast for dinner and dinner for breakfast, if only to make myself laugh. It's the little things like that that keep solitude from turning into loneliness. The snowfall seemed to come out of nowhere, like someone had knocked an awning shut and all the snow collected on top had fallen all at once. Except it wasn't a single tidal wave of snow. It was a relentless, unending assault. Last I checked, the weather reports hadn't mentioned a blizzard, and yet a blizzard was what I found myself walking through. It got very dark, very fast, and I kicked myself for leaving my flashlight back at my lodge. I'd planned on coming home long before nightfall, so I hadn't thought I needed it. I'd been sorely mistaken. Snow prickled painfully as it darted into my eyes. I had squinted almost all the way to keep those sub-zero jerks from stabbing me blind. The wind howled as gales cut through my clothes and right to my bones. I could barely see 2 feet in front of me, and I couldn't see the 2 feet beneath me, as they sank in an ever-growing blanket of white. I'm not sure when I realized I was lost. At some point I knew I should have arrived at my cabin, but all I saw was white with a few slivers of gray swaying in the thick breeze. The hairs at the back of my neck became stiff and battered against me with every puff of air and at every awkward crashing footfall. I was running out of energy, running out of ideas, and beginning to panic. I could have spun around in a computer chair 100 times and felt less disoriented than I did in that whiteout. Then I walked right into a cabin, literally. It had become so dark and the snow had become so heavy that I couldn't see the structure until I stumbled face first into it. I held my hands against the wood so I wouldn't lose it in the storm, and circled around until I found the door. I wasn't just in a pinch, this was life or death. In the unlikely event someone was inside, I knocked on the door and waited for an answer. Through the howling wind, I could have sworn I heard, "Come in." As I swung open the door and stepped inside, a small avalanche of snow tumbled in with me. I didn't bother trying to kick it out as I fought against the wind to close the door behind me. The relief was instantaneous. Without the air whipping at me, I'd put a stop to the timer ticking down to my freezing death. "Thanks," I whispered. I turned towards the inside of the cabin and tried to get my bearings, but all I saw was blackness, which meant I had no real way of gauging the size of the cabin. Yeah, I'd circled around it, but I'd been stumbling around, half blind, focused on trying to find a doorknob. So I had no idea what length of the cabin I'd covered. I could have walked half of it. I could have circled around it 3 times without realizing it. Through the darkness, all I could see was the vague outline of someone sitting in the corner. "Hey, you're a real lifesaver," I said. He didn't answer. I pawed around for a lighter, a lantern, a matchbook, anything that might emit light, but all my fingertips touched were chains and the barrels of hunting rifles. I stopped poking around when I felt an open bear trap. Wouldn't want to get my own caught in one of those. It was safer to sit still and wait for daybreak. It occurred to me that the stranger might have been seeking refuge as well, so I started, keeping my tone light and innocent. "You the owner of this cabin?" The answer was more of a hiss than a word, but in that hiss, I heard a faint yes. I sat on the floor, let my hairs down beside me, and reached into my pack. Why I had taken a sleeping bag with me and not a flashlight was beyond me. I removed my wet clothes and quietly slipped into the sleeping bag to warm me up, making conversation as I did. "Hey, thanks again," I said. "That blizzard really came out of nowhere." He replied with the slow, labored, wheezy breaths of an elderly man on his deathbed. "Dangerous." "Yeah," I chuckled. "That's an understatement." "Hungry," he exhaled. "You got a fireplace?" I asked. "I've got a couple of hares. I'll cook them up. It's the least I can do." His reply was drawn out, like a wolf howling, but without the majestic hum. "No." "Okay, as soon as the blizzard dies down, I will gather wood and make us a fire. Can you wait until then?" I saw his silhouette shift slightly. It was a rattle of chains. "No." Again, the O stretched out in a long, bloated groan. "No. No, yes." The final no morphed strangely into a yes, like someone drastically changing to a much higher note on a flute, halfway through a breath. I craned my neck to look at the single window in the cabin. It was pitch black, or pitch white. It was like an afterglow, visible against the black backdrop of the wood, yet still inherently dark. I focused on it rather than the rest of the cabin because it was the only hint of light I could see. "If you don't mind, I'm going to try to catch some shut-eye," I said tiredly. He didn't respond, but that didn't surprise me. Mountain folk don't talk much, even when they come down to town for what few supplies they can't make themselves. I shrugged it off and settled in for the night, but I felt something hard against my side. Sighing, I tossed my hairs back a bit farther and got comfortable. I was exhausted, so it wasn't all that hard for me to drift off, despite the wind song playing outside the walls. I hugged myself in my sleeping bag and drifted off. I was awoken by a different sound. A weird snapping crunch that made me shoot up in my bed. Believing the ceiling was about to collapse under the weight of the snow, I braced myself. As the sound came again, I realized it wasn't above me, but rather next to me. Near my belongings. The silhouette was gone from the corner, and I could hear his deep, raspy breaths accompanying the crunch. "What the hell are you doing?" I snapped. He retreated back to his corner with a rattling of chains. My adrenaline was pumping, and I wasn't even sure why. Something about the stranger put me in a state of near panic. My instincts were telling me to leave, but I truly couldn't afford it. Whatever this guy was up to, I was safer with him than I was out there in that blizzard. I grabbed my backpack and propped myself against the wall in the seated position, staring at the silhouette, expecting him to make a move. I kept myself awake and alert, never looking away, even as the howling wind slowly diminished in strength. Once or twice, I felt my head begin to dim and my eyes begin to shut. But every time I slipped, the faint rattle of chains snapped me back into consciousness. As the blizzard cleared and the sun slowly rose, light began to trickle into the cabin. The scene filtered through in tiny increments, with each layer uncovered by the sun, like a printer slowly spitting out the full picture one line at a time. I wasn't even in a cabin. I was in a large supply shed. I was maybe 10 to 11 feet long and 7 to 8 feet wide. There was no fireplace, which makes sense for a supply shed. There were tools, traps, and rifles lining every wall. The silhouette in the corner slowly stopped being a silhouette and started being a distinct person. Skinny. No, actually gaunt. Pale. No, actually ghost white. Man. No, it was a corpse. I was gutted. He was dead. Nah, oh shoot, I died overnight. Sorry about that, dead. Like long dead. Long dead. His body was all shriveled and mummified, if that's even the right word for it. He wasn't wrapped up in bandages or anything like that, but his skin was completely dehydrated and stiff like an unwrapped mummy. His hair was hanging from his head in unkempt strings. His teeth were poking out of his shrunken lips, with a wide gap where the top right canine should have been. There was a stain of age-old blood soaked in the wood beneath him. I followed it by gaze to its origin, his left foot, in the bear trap in which it had been gotten caught. There was an empty hook on the wall above him with a chain leading to the trap. It was long enough for him to move around, but not enough for him to reach the front door, or the saw hanging above it. My best guess was the trap had fallen on its own while he was out. That at some point, he'd done a supply run in the dark, and probably had gotten caught in his own trap. Probably died of thirst or something. Look, I'm telling you, he wasn't breathing, and he wasn't moving. He was dead as a doornail, and had been for quite some time. I sat there, reasoning I'd been delirious the night before. The fatigue, the dehydration, the disorientation caused by the blizzard, it made me imagine a voice. Those slow hissing sounds I thought were replies were just the wind outside. I interpreted them wrong because the loneliness had finally gotten to me. The elements had conspired against me to create a living person out of someone who definitely wasn't living. It was a good logical explanation, and I wish I could say it was true. Whenever I visit my family for the holidays, it always makes me depressed and stunts my creativity. One year, I decided to take an artist retreat from the week before Thanksgiving to the second week of January. It was a great excuse to avoid family, and it gave me time to do a couple larger paintings I'd been wanting to start. I found a small cabin way up in the mountains, right on a beautiful lake, far from the worries of civilization. There were only a handful of other cabins scattered around the lake, which were also short-term rentals owned by the same guy. I made a deal with him and got a good rate for my extended stay. The first month was amazing. I isolated myself in the cabin and made a lot of progress on my paintings. Whenever I needed fresh air, I would walk around the lake or hike through the trails in the area. I ran into the people staying in the other cabins a handful of times, which was a nice bit of human contact without taking away from my focus. After New Year's, though, no new guests came. By the 3rd of January, I was totally alone, or at least as far as I could tell. There were 10 days left on my reservation, and I was nearing completion of my last painting. I started to slow down and spent more time outside. Knowing I was alone made everything more eerie. I would come to learn the wilderness had more in store for me than I was ready for. I came back from an all-day hike to see tracks around the cabin. It hadn't snowed while I was hiking, so I first thought they were my own footprints. But when I looked closer, I couldn't remember walking where they were. The tracks came from the woods to the east, circled around the cabin, and then seemingly doubled back. I entered a trail heading west. The sun was setting and storm clouds were approaching, making it too dark for me to get a detailed look at the tracks. They were big enough to be humans, but for all I knew, they could have been from a wolf or a bear. Nonetheless, I followed the tracks until they disappeared into the woods. I didn't dare go any further. Entering the woods with no trail that close to sundown would have been a death sentence for me. All I could do was look around and peer into the forest, looking and listening for signs of life, but there were none that I could see. I became uneased, now more conscious of the dangers of my isolation. I was alone for miles, with no car, and only spotty cell service. I figured it was best I go inside. I got a fire going in the furnace and warmed up. By the time the sun was gone, the snow had shown up in full force. It wasn't the first snowstorm I had weathered in the cabin, so I knew I would be fine. But it still kept me on edge. At some point, I heard a noise from outside, like something had fallen over in the storm. I went to the window I heard it from and looked outside. I couldn't see for more than 4 feet, but there was an impression in the snow. It was a couple feet wide and about a foot deep. In my head, I could see that a wolf had been sleeping there, slowly being buried in the snowfall until it got up, leaving that hole. My blood pressure spiked. I felt as though I was being stalked like prey. I looked out the other windows, but all I could see were more tracks around the cabin. They were fresh, but the snow was quickly filling them in, making it impossible for me to tell what could have made them. All I could do was close the blinds and stay inside. I felt trapped. I wasn't enjoying my artist retreat anymore. I kept myself distracted until I could get into bed, but I couldn't sleep. I just laid there, listening to the storm. That's when I heard another noise, like footsteps on the porch. I listened until it stopped. Then I got up and went over to the door to look out the window. By the time I got there, Whatever it was had left. I no longer felt safe. I stayed up for the rest of the night, paranoid, listening for danger. I was up all the way to dawn. When I finally stepped out to investigate under sunlight, there were no tracks, no signs of any animals or people, just mounds of snow over everything. I went around the cabin, searching for any signs that someone or something tried to get inside, but all I found was one little scratch in the logs on the eastern side. I leaned down to inspect it, and discovered it was actually some sort of carving, a symbol, but I didn't know what it meant. Just then, a gust of wind blew at my back, making me turn around on instinct. I gazed through the trees intently, wanting and not wanting to see something at the same time. After about a minute, I was about to give up, but then I finally saw it. There was a face staring back at me. A wild face, but the face of a man, hairy and rugged, with no expression whatsoever. The rest of his body seemed completely camouflaged. I stared at him until my blood ran cold. Then, I slowly backed away and returned to the cabin. I immediately made arrangements to leave her, calling for a ride and packing up all of my things. I called the property owner and told them what I saw, but they had never heard of anyone ever being there except him and his guests. I had to wait all day in crippling fear until my ride finally came, just before sundown. I don't know who or what I saw that day, but I don't think I would have lived through the night if I'd stayed. No research revealed anything helpful about that area, but I believe there's some kind of reclusive, unknown tribe of people living in those mountains. I think I overstayed my welcome and was marked for removal. I went on a winter trip with my friends a few years ago. There were 6 of us. We had a long weekend at a large cabin-style house in the woods at the base of a mountain. It was set to snow all 4 days. I'm not used to that, but my friends assured me we were well prepared. On the second day, everyone wanted to hike up the mountain after breakfast. I tried to caution them about how much snow was already falling, but I went with anyway. It took us a few hours to reach the turnaround at the end of the trail, where we took a break and ate a light lunch. The view was nice, but I couldn't help but worry about how windy it was up there. I tried to get everyone to start heading back after eating, but they wanted to wait longer. I was getting anxious and cold, but nobody else felt the same way. As I continued bickering with them, the wind started to howl. That wasn't the only thing I was hearing though. Beyond that and the voices of my friends, I heard someone humming. I asked whoever it was to stop because it was too much, but nobody admitted to doing it. And it didn't stop either. I asked if everyone else could hear it, but they said no. I told them to stop messing with me, but nobody fessed up. I was finally over it and started heading down the mountain myself. Everyone told me to wait up as they started following me, but I was making a beeline for the house. Unfortunately, I was going too fast, so I tripped over something hidden in the snow and twisted my ankle. My friends helped me get down the mountain, but it hurt like hell, and I was pissed off. The next day, everyone wanted to go back up the mountain on a different, even longer trail, but I couldn't go with. Instead, I got some much-needed time to myself. I started out by getting the fireplace going and reading, and when I was bored of that, I hobbled over to the kitchen and started making a pot roast for when everyone came back. I almost chopped my finger off trying to cut carrots when someone pounded on the door out of nowhere. I was startled at first, but my next thought was that someone out there needed help, so I quickly went over to open the door, but there was nobody in sight. The only tracks I could see was the single group of my friends heading into the woods, and I couldn't get any text to go through to ask my friends if it was them. Right before I closed the door, I heard something that sent chills down my spine. It was that humming again. The same song as before. Without the wind, I could hear it better. It was a woman or girl humming some kind of creepy nursery rhyme, but I didn't recognize it. I called out to whoever was doing it, but I got no response. So I grabbed a can of bear mace and limped outside to follow the humming to its source. At first, it was coming from my left, behind the corner of the house. I went over there, but as soon as I looked around the corner, it was like they had just slipped behind the next corner. I circled the whole house, and this happened to me 3 more times. Then, I started to hear something else. Each time I took a step, I heard someone take a step right behind me. There was never anyone there when I turned around, and there were no tracks behind me other than my own. At this point, I thought I had to be going crazy. So I rushed back inside, with the sound of footsteps following me until I locked them out. I looked through the windows, but all I saw was the start of the day's snowfall. I had no choice but to move on and go back to cooking. Within the hour, though, everything was in the oven, and I was done cleaning up, so I had nothing left to distract myself. I kept watch like a sentry, but I couldn't see anything except snow and the overcast clouds that were making nightfall early. I worried about my friends too, but I was glad to be indoors. The storm only worsened with every minute. Soon, the wind was battering the house, frightening me with every creak and moan in the wood. I couldn't imagine anyone being out there in that weather, even with full winter clothing. But just then, I finally saw what I'd been watching out for. There was a little girl out there, all on her own, walking along the tree line and paying no attention to me. It was hard to see her, but she looked blue, like she was frozen or something. I couldn't believe it. Had she been messing with me all day just to get herself trapped out in the cold? I couldn't be scared of a little girl. I had to help her. I rushed over to the door, opened it up, and shouted at her to come in. But when I looked outside, she was gone. She just vanished into the storm. I kept calling out for her, knowing she still had to be close enough to hear, but she never came back. I was still at the door. My friends returned from their hike. They asked me who I was shouting to, and I had to tell them everything that happened while they were gone. They thought I was either messing with them or going crazy. The crazy thing is, I almost believed them. But as we were all eating together in the living room, someone started pounding on the door. I told them it was the same pounding as before, but this time it wasn't stopping. One of my friends flung the door open, but once again, nobody was there. Now, everyone had reason to believe me, but nobody wanted to. We all stayed doubtful just to save our heads. Everyone fell asleep after a few drinks, but I kept watch all night. The next morning was our last day of the trip. We left a few hours early, and all the time that's passed, and even with all the thought I've given it, I've never been able to understand what happened to me on that mountain. My parents left me home alone to take my older brother to one of his hockey games. When I was younger, they used to force me to go with, but I had just reached the age they considered okay to be home alone for an evening. As I usually did when they left, I went to my brother's bedroom and started playing games on his computer. He never let me use it, sticking me with the old console in the basement that didn't have any games made after I was born. This happened years ago, but I'm pretty sure I was playing the latest Call of Duty at the time. So when I started hearing weird thumping sounds, I couldn't tell if it was coming from the headphones or real life. I kept pausing the game and taking them off to listen out for it, but I was never able to hear it precisely. I ended up assuming it was something in the game and started ignoring it. After about an hour, I took a break to use the bathroom. I had to walk past my bedroom to get to it, and my door was open. As I passed by it, I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I did a double take and walked back, but there was nothing there. I could have sworn I saw a person outside my window, though. I went over and looked outside. Still no sign of anyone. It was getting too dark out. I tried opening the window, but it was frozen shut. Snow was starting to pile up outside, and the roof looked icy. I figured I was just paranoid because of the game. I continued over to the bathroom. But when I sat down on the toilet, I heard that weird thumping again. Now I knew it wasn't coming from the game. It was real. I heard the sound move, almost like it was over my head, going past me. Suddenly, I realized it was because someone was walking on the roof. I immediately got up and went back to my brother's room to grab one of his ice skates for self-defense. Then I called my parents. I told them what was happening, but they couldn't believe someone was on the roof in the conditions of that night. They told me to just make sure everything was locked up. So I went downstairs to check the front door. That's when I looked outside and saw someone climbing down from the roof over the front porch. They looked up and saw me when they were about halfway down, startling themselves so much they fell off. They landed in the bushes, which along with the snow, kept them from getting hurt. It only took them a few seconds to get on their feet and start running away. I freaked out and called 911. They sent over just one cop, who looked around and confirmed there were signs that someone had been walking around the house. But he said it was too dangerous for him to check the roof. I asked him to stay until my parents got home, but he got another call and left. I asked my parents to come home early, but they said that if the cops said everything was fine, and since this hockey game was so important for my brother, they couldn't pull him out. I felt cheated and angry, but most of all, afraid. I sat on the couch and watched TV at low volume, keeping an ear out for any more sounds. A bit later, my parents said they would be on their way home soon, but it would take a while for them to arrive. To me, it just sounded like they were saying they didn't care about me. That's about the time I heard another noise. I located it, seemingly coming from behind the basement door. I opened it up, making the sound clear. Something was scraping down there, but I was almost too scared to check. I forced myself to turn on the light and go down. On the basement floor, I looked to my left and saw through one of the windows that someone was digging through the snow. Before I knew it, they had cleared all the snow around the window. Then they smashed through it with a hammer. I screamed and ran upstairs, locking the basement door. I called the police again, but it only took seconds before the intruder started pounding on the door. When they realized it was locked, they started breaking through with the hammer. They soon pried open a hole big enough to look through. I could see their eyes, but a mask covered the rest of their face. I ran away, pleading for the operator to send more cops. I went into the garage, grabbed my mother's spare key, then jumped into a car and locked myself inside, hiding under the clutter on the floor. I was sobbing and begging, trying to be as quiet as possible, until they finally said they were sending someone. I waited in terror for over 10 minutes. I don't know if the intruder ever went into the garage or not. I stayed on the phone with 911 the entire time, until they told me to open the garage door for the cops outside. I practically ran into their arms. They said they had searched outside the house and saw the broken window. Then one of them stayed with me while the others went inside. They didn't find any, but there was a trail of melted snow leading up from the basement all the way to my bedroom. When my parents got home, the cops were still there. They looked so embarrassed. They apologized for not taking me more seriously. And on the surface, I accepted it. But honestly, I'd never stopped being salty if they chose to stay at my brother's dumb game instead of making sure I was safe. I think the intentions of the intruder were quite clear. Nobody was ever caught. But I think it was someone from my brother's school who knew about me, and knew I would be home alone during that game. I'm a 21-year-old female, and this story took place when I was around 11. I remember this day clearly because it was the first time I was ever allowed to walk to school and back by myself. Up until the age of 14, I lived in what we thought was a safe place in Chautauqua County, New York. Everyone knew everyone. If you thought you would get away with something, then you better be prepared to have your ear abused by the time you got home. There was this one day, though. It was a cold winter day, and school unfortunately was still open. So all the neighborhood kids had to walk through knee-high inches of snow just to get to school. It took me longer to leave the house, as I was used to walking with my older sister to school, since she knew the routes better than me. I always used to make fun of her for being paranoid and taking a different route every day from school, but I learned that was what saved my life. As I was waiting by the door to leave, my mom came up to me and told me that I should ride with her to drop me off, because my sister was too sick to go today. Being a brat, I made a big deal about walking by myself because I'm almost 12 years old, and all my friends' parents let them walk alone. She looked at me for a long while, and then told me to make sure I pay attention to cars. I got hit by a car and almost died when I was 9, so the worry that showed on her face was well warranted. I hurriedly nodded and headed out the door to go to school. My sister didn't like to dilly-dally, so she was always in a rush to get to school early, but seeing as it was just me, I thought it would be a good idea to take my time. I would play in the brown slush that was on the left side of the road and even make funny-looking snowballs to see how far I could throw them. Halfway to school, I noticed a white van falling behind me. Being the playful child I was, if I had not been bending down to make another snowball, I wouldn't have noticed it slowly creeping up the street. I told myself I was just overreacting, but I continued more hurriedly to school. Once I got there, I took a quick glance over my shoulder and saw that the van was a few feet behind me. It wasn't until I was on school grounds that it drove away fast by me. I thought that would be the end of it, but throughout the day, when I would stare out the window, the van would be there. I assumed that it never really left, just parked. Many adults would try to convince me years later that maybe it wasn't the same one, but I knew that it was. This van had a bright yellow smile emoji sticker on it. I couldn't see who was in the van, but through the tinted glass, I knew they could see me. It was now the end of the day, and I wasn't ready to go home. It was too late to call my mom because she was at work and my sister was homesick. I had to suck it up and start walking home. I tried to blend in with a group of kids, but most of them were car riders, and others didn't live near me. Remembering what my sister told me, I took another route home. I didn't memorize this route purely, but I decided anything was better than being spotted by that van. I'd made it to my main street, but realized what mistakes you led. The route I took led back to the main street where I walked to school. Hidden behind a row of cars was the white van with the smiley emoji sticker. I tried to stay calm and walk past it, but once I heard the van door slightly click open, I ran. I could hear the rush of 2 pairs of heavy footfalls behind me. They were getting closer, so I did what any normal kid would do. I cut corners. I cut into someone's backyard until I was directly inside of my house. I forced myself into the thick snow to make it to the door. My heart was racing, not because I was running, but because I could still hear them behind me. I made it to the door and banged with all my might until someone came to the door. My sister was confused, but one look in my face and she pulled me inside and locked the doors. The van was still outside. Truthfully, it stayed out there until my brother got home. My sister and I don't talk about it, but we both knew how close it was to me going missing. I haven't thought about this incident in years. One of my hometown friends showed me an article that came out in 2013. Apparently some men kidnapped and sexually assaulted a girl my age. It wouldn't have scared me as much if it hadn't mentioned the white van. So this story happened about 11 years ago. I was a senior in high school at the time, but it is the single most mind-boggling thing that I've ever experienced. It's also important to note that it happened in mid-December. I am from Iowa, and the winters here get cold at night. Like, if you get stuck outside, you will die kind of cold. That plus the snowfall makes everything dead silent. You can hear anything and everything inside the house, and even immediately outside of it. Well, my best friend and I were hanging out in my family's walkout basement, just having a boring winter night, playing video games. We were also the only ones home. The reason it was just us is because my mother went from work straight to a bar to grab a few drinks with coworkers. So I and my friend thought it would be a good idea to break into the family wine and live a little. As we were sitting there opening up the first bottle, I heard the door to the garage open and slam shut. I immediately go, "Oh shit," and start looking for places to hide the bottle. My friend then says, "I thought you said your mom was supposed to be out all night." "She was," I replied. I then heard a few heavy stomps and heard my mother yell out, "Anyone home?" I yelled back up the stairs. "Yep, just hanging out in the basement." I hear a few more steps move from the garage door towards the stairs, and she yells out again, "Can you come help me with something? I need you up here." I replied back while frantically trying to find a good place to hide the wine bottle. "Yeah, give me just a minute." And there was silence for about 20 seconds. "Anyone down there with you?" She yelled back in a more concerned, serious tone, in a voice that was slightly off of my mother's. This was the first thing that told me something wasn't right. Our family never cared if anyone was over, as our house was a very open house, all family and friends. In the voice, it was just wrong. Like it sounded like my mother's, but it was missing something that I couldn't put my finger on. Weirded out, I replied back, "Yeah, just Colton." And after I yelled that back to her, I found a good place to hide the bottle and began walking up the steps to the next level. Now, as I was walking up the steps, I couldn't help but feel the overbearing silence of the house, and the slight electric twinge that something isn't right. When I got to the top of the steps, I looked over to where the door to the garage is, and also the kitchen right next to it. And it's black, pitch black. All the lights were off, and there was no moonlight shining through any windows. I walked over to the kitchen yelling out, "Mom, where are you?" There was no reply, just silence and darkness. After the electric twin churned to full needles, and with my adrenaline kicking in full force, I had to get out of here as fast as possible. My mother was not home. I run back down the stairs, grabbing my coat along the way. "What's wrong?" Colton says. "My mom's not home." I replied as fast as I can, looking for my truck keys. "What do you mean? You were just talking with her." I could now see the confusion in his face. "There's no one home. We need to leave now," I said. I took a few steps towards the back door that opens up to the yard. Then I saw my dog shaking on the couch and my cat growling behind it. I couldn't leave them. I just knew that if we left, something would happen. "Are we leaving?" Colton asked, still confused as hell. "No, I can't leave him here alone. Something is really off. I'm going to call my mom and figure this out." I pull out my phone and call my mom, and she picks up immediately. She asks me what's going on. "Mom, were you just home? I heard you yelling for me from the second level, and when I went up, you weren't there." I said frantically, hoping that she was playing a joke. "No, I'm just leaving the bar. I wasn't feeling very well. Are you okay?" "What do you mean you heard me?" Fair on the whole story, and she rushes home. Colton and I stayed in the basement with the animals until she got home. But before she did, you could hear something upstairs. Not walking or sitting on things, but a pressure in the air, like a black hole slowly moving from one room to the next. And the word I would instinctively describe it as is hungry. When she got home, you could feel the thing leave just as quickly as it came. Like an overbearing predatory presence had just flown away. So I've never figured out what the hell is going on, and this is just one story of many unexplainable things that have happened to us. But this is the easiest to write down, and one that I was happy to have a witness. My mother has actually passed away now, and I have moved away to Arizona. Whenever I go back to Iowa and I see Colton, he still gets creeped out by what had happened. I'll never truly know what happened. This happened in 2013, when I was around 12. My mom moved me and my siblings in with my grandparents because we didn't have enough money for rent at the time. And she needed to save. It wasn't a big deal though. They had plenty of room, and I got to spend a lot of my time jewelry making with my grandma. Which, in my little eyes, was such a win that I didn't even realize we were that poor. It was our little pastime after school, and one of my favorite parts was the trips you would take to Michael's to get beads and materials occasionally. Michael's, for those of you who are unfamiliar, is a craft store similar to Hobby Lobby. Walking around in it is a little girl's dream when it comes to DIY stuff. One day in the late fall, we realized that we had run out of wire for a bracelet that I was making for my mom. So we headed out to our local Michael's to get some. This particular day was in the winter, so it had already begun to get dark by 5 p.m. My grandma, having vision problems and a bad head, entrusted little me to run in and grab the wire and pay for it, as we had done so many times together before. I was stubbornly independent, so she wasn't very worried about me. She parked right in the handicap spot in front of the store. The sun was setting and the light from the big storefront windows illuminating her car behind me as I walked inside. As I was standing by the display at the front, entranced by some Christmas decor or something, a man walked in through the sliding doors. I noticed him immediately. It was hard not to. He was tall, I think. I may have just been short. Probably in his mid-30s, with dark hair and wearing all black from head to toe. His clothes were a bit dirty, and I distinctly remember a big red D1 logo on his hoodie. He had his hands shoved in his pockets and walked briskly into the store, almost frantically. I just watched him. He made eye contact with me for a bit too long, and then continued deeper into the store. I was immediately weirded out, but thought nothing else of it, and I went off to find the wire. I found my spool of wire, but getting distracted in the toy section was where I fucked up. That's when I noticed him start to follow me around, aisle to aisle. I'll be browsing, yet he would just appear at the other ends, fake looking at stuff. He was muttering to himself constantly. You know, when someone says something out loud, expecting a response, but they aren't really directly looking at you like that. As a kid, you don't really realize what's happening immediately, so I just awkwardly walked away from him, each time pretending to not notice him. In my little brain, I reasoned that he wasn't following me, and I walked all the way across the store to the wedding aisle to look at some stuff I had seen when I first walked in. I figured there'd be no way he followed me there, but sure enough, while looking at the invitation cards, I get a spine-chilling feeling. I turn around, and there he is, right behind me, back to me, doing something. messing with something in his pants, doing something really vile to himself. I had never seen anything like that, and the sunken eyes he looked at me with still haunt me to this day. It took me a minute to process what I had just seen, but once I did, I immediately booked it out of the store as fast as I could. Jumping into my grandma's car, she seemed startled by my sudden appearance, and asked what I got. Trying to explain what had just happened when I saw him appear in the sliding door in front of us, and the dread I felt in that moment was indescribable. He approached our car, obviously recognizing I was with my grandma, and knocked on her window. I hadn't been able to explain myself in time before she cracked the window and asked him if everything was okay. The man gestured to me, that same crazy stare, and said something along the lines of, "She's a thief. She stole from the store." I was mortified, on top of everything else he just put me through. Thankfully, my grandma got the same vibes I did, because she politely told him to back away and rolled the window up while locking the door. He suddenly yanked to the door handle, then swung both his arms up and started banging down hard on the car's roof, causing us both to jump and me to start crying. My grandma slammed on the reverse and peeled out of there. I've never seen her drive so fast. I don't remember much after that, just the crying and holding a $17 spool of wire in my hands that I hadn't paid for. He called the police as soon as we got home, and luckily they immediately took it very seriously and requested the videotapes from the Michaels. A few weeks later, my grandma told me that they had found him. They mostly left me out of the investigation, besides taking my statement. As to not traumatize me further, I guess. She got the dent in her car fixed, and that was that. It wasn't until a few years later that my mom finally told me what happened to him. Turns out, he already had 1 battery charge and 2 sexual assault charges on his record. One even being from a minor relative of his, like his niece or something. He'd just gotten off work from the gas station across the street, and he must have seen me walk into Michael's alone. I don't know what would have happened if my grandma hadn't locked her door, or if she hadn't been in there with me, vulnerable to that man. A few years ago, I was a girl in my freshman year of high school. I wanted to make some extra money aside from my job of babysitting, so I looked on Craigslist for jobs. I found a job for cleaning houses, and it seemed like the best one for me, because it was something that I could do, and it didn't require me to be 16, because I was just 14 years old at the time. I responded to the ad, and a man who said his name was Joe got back to me. He asked me a little bit about myself, and after answering his questions, he said I could have the job. I was pretty excited to be earning the extra money, and a couple of days later, I started. The man gave me an address, and my mother dropped me off there. It was a pretty normal-looking house in a normal neighborhood. But when I got to the front door, it had a sign on it that said, "Go around back." I went to the back to see a man who I assumed was Joe. He came up and introduced himself to me. Then he told me that this was not the house I would be cleaning, and we walked about 3 blocks until we arrived at another house. This seemed kind of weird to me, but I just shrugged it off. He invited me inside, and then started giving me instructions on what to clean. After he was done explaining things to me, he said he would be in his office and went downstairs. I cleaned for a little while, and everything was going well. I wanted to open a window to get some fresh air, but when I tried, the window was locked. Then I tried another one, and that was locked as well. I cleaned a little bit more, but I still wanted some fresh air, so I decided to step outside for a minute. But when I tried the front door, it seemed to be locked from the outside. Joe's office was downstairs, so I knocked on the door to the basement. But there was no answer. I tried the door and it was locked. I started to feel uncomfortable and thinking of all the possibilities that could be happening of why Joe kept the doors and windows locked. I tried my best not to think about it, but I couldn't get the bad thoughts out of my head. I didn't even care about the job anymore. I just wanted to leave at this point. I walked all around the house trying to find an exit. The back door was also locked. I kept looking. I looked at one of the larger windows, but then I saw something. When I got closer, I could see there was a tiny camera pointed at me. Then I heard the basement door open. Joe started calling my name. He asked me what I was doing. I couldn't find a place to hide quickly, so I decided to play dumb. I walked back over to Joe and said that I was just cleaning. He said in a nervous voice that it didn't seem like I was. He began to walk a little closer to me, and then he said I needed to come with him. As soon as he said that, I ran past him as fast as I could and into his basement. I shut the door and locked it. Then I ran downstairs. What I saw down there was 2 computer monitors on a desk with camera angles displaying every room in the house, including the bathroom. Then I heard a key turning the lock to the basement door. I ran to a bathroom downstairs and locked that door and called the police. I heard Joe coming down the stairs. It didn't take long before he got to the bathroom. He started pounding on the door. Luckily for me, he did not seem to have a key to this room, but I knew he would probably be capable of busting down the door. There was a window leading to outside at the top of the bathroom, so I stood on top of the toilet and tried to open it. This one was not locked. I climbed out of it as I heard Joe continuing to pound on the bathroom door. I got out and ran as fast as I could to a neighbor's house and banged on their door. An old lady answered and let me in when she saw how I was in a panic. We waited there for the police to show up, but unfortunately when they did, Joe was gone. I showed the Craigslist ad to the police and the text messages with Joe. They were able to track him down and catch him about a week later. I feel very lucky that I was able to escape his house. This happened just about a week ago. I'm 20 years old and I live with my parents during the summer. However, they went out of town for some of their friend's wedding and I wasn't invited. This was fine with me though, because I didn't really know the people anyways, and it's kind of fun to have the whole house to myself. We have a split-level house, and my bedroom is at the front end of it. But on Friday night, I stayed up really late watching a movie in the living room. I like that TV better because it's much bigger than mine. The couch in the living room is also super comfortable, so I just decided to sleep there for the night. Anyways, I woke up Saturday morning and it was still super dark in the house. In the living room, we had a sliding glass door that connects to the deck in the back. The blinds were covering most of it, and that's the main source of light. But there was maybe a 5-foot gap to look out, and I saw that it was raining. I then looked at the clock, and it was almost 9:30 a.m. I was just sitting there on the couch and turned on the TV, when all of a sudden I heard 2 knocks at the front door. They weren't really hard knocks, sort of light, and immediately my heart started pounding. I know it's not a big deal just to get knocks on the door, but we lived towards the end of a dead-end road, and our neighborhood was very quiet. It wasn't very big, and it was extremely rare for anybody to knock on our doors for any reason. Maybe it's also because I'm a shy person, but it made me really nervous for some reason. From where I was sitting on the couch, I was just barely around the corner, and I couldn't see the front door. And whoever was at the front door probably couldn't see me. At least I was hoping they couldn't see me. I was wondering who it could possibly be, especially in the middle of pouring rain. Then I remembered something. I had ordered an Amazon package and was expecting it today. Suddenly, I felt so much better and started to relax. I opened up my Amazon app on my phone and clicked on my orders, expecting to see that it was delivered. But when I looked, it said it wouldn't arrive until 5 p.m. that day. Suddenly, I went back to being super nervous. I decided to carefully look out and see if anyone was at the door. It had now been maybe a minute or two since they had originally knocked, and they hadn't knocked again since. I slowly moved to look out the window. When I did, I saw that nobody was there now. This made me feel a little better now that they were gone. But right at that moment, I heard the noise of somebody walking up the stairs of our back deck. I couldn't see because of the blinds covering most of the sliding glass door, but I then heard footsteps on the deck. I started shaking, and the next thing I knew, I saw a man appear in the opening of the sliding glass door where you could see outside. He was staring right at me, but had no expression on his face. He was bald and wore a black jacket and black pants. The guy then tried sliding the door open. Thankfully, it was locked, but I knew if he really wanted to, he could probably break the glass between us. I ran away into the bathroom that was just down the hall. I had no idea who this guy was or what he was doing here. I had been right to be so nervous about this for seemingly no reason. As I closed the bathroom door and locked it, that's when I heard the first loud bang against the window, as if he was going to try to break it. I knew I needed to call the police. Then I realized that I didn't have my phone. I had left it back out in the living room. I heard another loud bang from the window, but I didn't hear glass breaking. I knew it was a risk, but I opened the door back up and ran out to the living room couch. I looked around frantically and finally saw my phone. Then I made another mad dash for the bathroom. As I was, another bang came from the window. I looked back at the man as I ran. I saw he had been kicking at the glass and trying to break it. I got back into the bathroom and locked the door again. Then I called 911 on my phone. As soon as the operator answered, I told them everything. They told me to slow down and repeat what was going on. That's when I heard the sound of glass breaking. I repeated what was happening as best as I could. And just after that, I heard the sound of the man starting to walk inside the house. He was walking straight for the bathroom that I was in. When he got to the doorway, he tried the door, and it wouldn't open because it was locked. I backed away from it and went into the shower. The 911 operator said that they would stay on the line with me, which made me feel a little bit better because I was terrified. The man then started to bang on the bathroom door, and my phone suddenly went silent. I looked at it and saw that it had died. I hadn't plugged it in the previous night. Figured the man was kicking on the door the same way he had been kicking on the sliding glass door, and I knew he would probably break this as well. I heard him walk away for a minute, and then go down the stairs that we had. He was gone for maybe a full minute, and then I heard him return. There was another loud bang against the bathroom door, but this one sounded much harder. I think he had found one of the baseball bats we had in our house or something. This made me even more terrified than I already was. I grabbed the towels we had in the bathroom and covered myself. I then went into the small bathroom closet we had and closed that door. I just barely fit in there, but I had to do what I could. The guy hit at the door a few more times, and it really sounded like he was breaking it now. But that noise was interrupted by another one. It was the noise of a loud knock on the front door. I could barely hear someone shouting police. I hoped they would be able to get inside fast. And just after that, I heard the man walking away towards the back of the house where he had gotten in. I stayed hidden, and a short time later, I heard a bunch of shouting. Eventually, I heard someone yelling, "Put it down." When I finally heard the voice of multiple officers inside my house, I finally came out of the bathroom. They had literally gotten there just in the nick of time, and the man had been caught. I'm really lucky how fast the police were to arrive that day. This was very recent, and I'm still a little shook up about it, but I'm just happy to be okay. This happened a couple of months back when I was shopping at Home Depot. I went there to look at some power tools for some projects around the house that I've been putting off for a long time. Went there on a Friday night because I wanted to get some work done on Saturday. When I got to the store, it was quiet and not many other people were there. I went to the power tool section and looked at a few of them. I looked at some of the tools and their prices to compare. I was the only person in that area until a guy came into the aisle with me and started looking at something. He was at one end and I was at the other. I wasn't really paying attention to him, but I knew he was there, and after he was there for about 2 or 3 minutes, I would say, I saw him coming closer to me. I looked and he was approaching me. The man was really tall, probably 6'5", and wore a gray sweatshirt and ripped jeans. He looked pretty young and had a kind of ugly looking beard. He said hi to me, and I said hi back to the man. He then asked me if I could lend him some money. I told the man sorry, but no, and then decided to walk away. I heard the guy curse under his breath, and I went to another section of the store. It wasn't until I walked away that I realized I'd forgotten the tools, and I hadn't even figured out which ones I was going to buy yet. But I didn't want to turn around and go back to the man because of our awkward encounter. I decided to walk around and get some batteries, which I also needed, and then go back over and hope that the guy was gone by then. I walked around looking for the batteries, which were at the far other end of the store. I got there, and as I was headed back, I saw the man once again. He was walking in my direction now, and we made really awkward eye contact as I walked past him. I didn't know why the guy had asked me for money, but why would I give some random guy at Home Depot money? It was just weird. I walked all the way back to the other end, to the power tools. I got to my original aisle and was there for about 30 seconds before I saw someone enter the aisle again. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed it was the same man as before. I glanced over for a split second and saw that he was just staring at me, shaking his head. I didn't know what this guy's problem was, and I did my best to ignore him, but I now realized he had probably followed me to the other end of the store and back. Maybe he was mad that I didn't give him money, but I wasn't going to let him intimidate me into giving him anything. I finally made up my mind, got 2 power tools, then I headed to the checkouts. As I walked over, so did the man. I was getting sort of annoyed now by this guy following me. I was kind of afraid that he might try to jump me when we got out into the parking lot or something. The man wasn't buying anything, and had nothing in his hands. As I was checking out and paying for my items, I saw him just standing behind the check lanes watching me. Now, there were 2 main doors in the store. One at one end, which was kind of the entrance, but you could actually go out of it as well. And another one near the check lanes that was supposed to be the exit. Once I had paid and got my receipt, I started to walk over to the entrance as I was going to leave there because it was farther away from the man. I saw the man then start to head that way as well, and he sped up his walk and started to go way ahead of me. I thought maybe he was trying to beat me outside, so I changed my mind and then turned around and suddenly went out to the other doors. This worked because I didn't see the man turn around, and it was better for me anyways because my car was parked on that side. I felt I had lost a man now, and walked out the doors and left. I got out to the parking lot, and thankfully didn't see the man at all, so I rushed to my car and got inside. I felt relieved to finally be safe and in my car. As soon as I had just shut my door and looked in the rearview mirror to leave, there he was. He was standing directly behind my car and staring at me. He then yelled at me to get out of my car. I'd locked the doors and started the engine. That's when the man ran to my rear passenger's door and tried opening it. I quickly backed out and turned to the other direction, then sped away from there. Not sure what the man planned on doing, but I'm glad I didn't have to find out. For a little background, I'm a female, and this took place when I was in high school. It was my sophomore year, and I would describe myself as a pretty average student. I had a good group of friends that I would talk to at school and hang out with sometimes. At the time this took place, I was not dating anybody when Valentine's Day came. It was just another day to me, but at my school, you could buy somebody a rose. Then it would get delivered to whoever you wanted it to, during study hall by teachers' aides. It was popular for guys at the school to get their girlfriend a rose. So on Valentine's Day that year, I obviously wasn't expecting one. In study hall, I was in Spanish class and just doing homework. I noticed a student enter our room holding several roses, and then she mentioned some names of other girls. They raised their hands and she gave them their roses. Then she said my name, and I was really surprised. I raised my hand and she gave me one of the roses. I had no idea who had got me a rose though. One of my friends that was in the class asked me who it was from, and I told her I didn't know. We started talking, thinking about who could have done it. I really wasn't aware of any guys that would do that. I sort of had a crush on this one guy that was on the football team, and we talked here and there, so I was kind of hoping that it was from him. But I didn't really think so. We weren't that close yet or anything. As the day went on, I was trying to figure out who sent me the rose, but I really had no answers. I talked with a few more of my friends, but none of them seemed to know anything either. Then I had my final class of the day, which was science. When it was over, I got back to my locker to get my things and go home. As I arrived at my locker though, I saw that there was a note attached to it. I took it out and read it. The note said, "I see that you got the rose I sent you. I hope you like it." The handwriting was kind of sloppy. They didn't give me any clues as to who left it. I looked around the crowded hallway, but still didn't have an answer. So I got my things and then left to walk home. During this time, I walked to school and back, because I didn't have my license just yet, and we lived really close to the school. I would only take a few sidewalks the entire way, and it took me maybe 15 minutes to walk back most days. And that very same day, when I was walking home from school, I saw this guy walking behind me. It was kind of hard to tell, because he was a really long ways back. I couldn't hear him walking or anything. I don't even know why I looked behind me, but at one point, I think about halfway back, I did look behind. Normally when I walked home from school, I was all by myself, so when I noticed the guy, it was a little bit unusual, but I still didn't think too much of it. It was this one guy that did go to my school, but I didn't know his name or anything. I just recognized him. He wasn't in my grade and was really tall, with curly blonde hair and glasses. I walked the rest of the way home, and as I was going up my driveway, looked to the left and saw him. He was still a really far ways back and walking down the sidewalk towards me. I didn't know that he lived in my neighborhood, and I'd never seen him walking before. It was kind of odd. I went inside my house and then went into my bedroom to finish my homework. I remember that as I was in there, probably about 15 minutes later, there was a knock on the front door. I was home by myself because my parents were both still at work. I got up and left my bedroom and went to the front door. But by the time I got there, whoever had knocked was gone. I looked around and didn't see anybody at all. Then I just went back to my bedroom. It was really strange. A couple of hours later, my parents got home from work. I remember that my mom came into my room and dropped an envelope on my desk. She said that it was on the front step when I got home, and my name was on it. I was even more confused now. I opened it up and read it. It was from the same person who sent the rose to me and left the note on my locker. The letter said that he saw that I got the rose and letter and wanted to meet me before school at 7:30 a.m. the next day. I was supposed to go to the back parking lot. I knew that there was a pretty good chance that it was the guy who followed me home. I found it creepy that he was being all mysterious, and I had never talked to him before, and I didn't find him attractive at all either. I decided to go just to tell him that I appreciated the rose, but was not interested, and he didn't have to follow me home. Normally, I would get to school at about 7:30 anyways, and school started at 7:50. So when I got there, I went into the back parking lot. This parking lot was pretty quiet, and just overflow from the main other two lots. It was mostly used for football games or other sports, and only a few kids would park their cars there for school. When I got there, there were a couple of cars parked about, but nobody was in the parking lot that I noticed. Then I saw a door open to one of the cars, and the same guy who followed me home came out. I knew that it would be him. He walked over to me and said hi. Then he told me that his name was James and he was the one who sent me the rose. I told him I knew that because he followed me home. He said he did that just because he wanted to leave me the letter. Before I had a chance to say anything, he told me that we should talk inside of this car. I didn't want to because I didn't want to spend any more time there. I said no thanks, I had to get to class, and I started to tell him that I really wasn't interested in it. When I said it though, he said that I should go in his car again. He said that I should just hang out with him today, and he knew that I would have a good time. Then he said that we should skip school and drive someplace. I said no and started walking back. That's when he started to follow me, and I looked to see him walking quickly in my direction. I just started running at that point towards the school. He actually started to chase after me, running at full speed, but then he stopped shortly after. I had made it far enough away that somebody in the main parking lot would have seen him chasing after me. I was able to get back to school after that. I hoped that I would never see him again. I remember that over the next few days, he sent me a few messages on social media, calling me names and stuff. I just blocked him on everything. After that, I hardly ever saw him again. He was a senior that year, and I guess he skipped school a lot anyways. That was the craziest Valentine's Day I've ever had. I'm a single female who lives alone in a one-bedroom apartment. I live on the first floor and moved in right around a year ago. This story takes place on Valentine's Day of last year. My new apartment was in a pretty large and new building, and I had a unit on the first floor. After living there for about a week or two, it was Valentine's Day. I got up that morning to go to work and was going to leave at 7 a.m. When I opened up my door to leave my apartment, I saw that there was a heart-shaped Valentine taped to it. When I saw it, I thought that it was something left by the apartment management. They had left me a welcome thing with some small gifts, and my previous apartment would do that sort of stuff too. I didn't even read it, and just put it on my countertop to look at when I got home from work. When I got home that day, I finally read the Valentine, and I quickly realized that it was not left by management. It said my name on it, and it was handwritten. On the inside, it said that I was possibly the most beautiful girl in the entire apartment complex. The person then said they hoped we could spend next Valentine's Day together. I was really creeped out by this. The way that it was written was so weird, and I didn't know anybody there yet at all. I'd barely spoke to anybody in the hallways, so obviously I had no idea who did this, but clearly somebody had been watching me. Now, just mere hours later, I was in my kitchen and starting to cook. My kitchen is at the front of my apartment, right by the door. When I'm at the counter, I face the rest of my apartment, which is the living room and then the patio door at the other end. It was probably about 7 p.m. and dark outside. As I was standing at the counter, I suddenly noticed that a man was standing outside of my patio door, looking in. I didn't know who he was and had never seen him before. I ducked down behind the counter. When I looked up again several moments later, he was gone. I realized then that must be the guy who left me the Valentine. I had never noticed him before. Made me wonder if he'd been looking in my apartment windows previously, that I just didn't notice. I hope not. It was possible that he just saw me leaving to go to work or whatever, because there were numerous apartments that looked out to the parking lot where my car was. Either way, somebody here was being as creepy as they could possibly be. I thought about calling the police or reporting him, but I didn't even have a good description of the guy. I only saw him for like a second, and he was outside, so it wasn't very clear at all. He just appeared to be a Caucasian male, about 6 feet tall, and darkish colored hair. I sent an email to apartment management letting them know what happened. I didn't know what could be done about it though. For the rest of that night, everything was mostly fine. I had shut my curtains obviously, and was now going to bed. But at that time, almost 11 p.m., I thought I heard the sound of my doorknob turning. I was in my bedroom, so I didn't hear it as well. I stopped what I was doing and whistled. Then I heard a knock on the door. My heart started racing as soon as I heard it. I knew who it likely was. I got my phone and was ready to call the police. Then I quietly walked over to my door. I looked through the peephole to the other side, and when I did, I saw a man who certainly resembled the guy at my window. I called the police right then and there. Then I moved back into my bedroom to talk with them and say what the situation was. About a minute later, the guy knocked again. This was followed by another knock about a minute after that. The police were on the way, and I hoped that they would get there fast. The man knocked once more, but this time I heard him yelling for help. I remember him asking if anybody was home, and if they could please come to the door because he needed help. I knew that this was probably just his desperate attempt to try to get me to open up the door for him. After that, I didn't hear anything for a little while. I assumed that he left, but he didn't. He stayed there all the way until the police arrived several minutes after that. They spoke with the man, and to me as well. I was really glad that the guy didn't run away. The man did not get arrested, but he did end up getting evicted from the apartment building, and he was also trespassed and not allowed to come back. And since that night, I haven't seen him. I was spending the week in Washington at a cabin in the Cascades. It was pretty far out of the major cities and was down a long dirt road with dense forest all around. Winter was just starting, so there was a little bit of snow, but nothing too much. The first 3 days were great. It was peaceful, quiet, and relaxing. But midway through the 4th day, there was a knock at the door. I had no idea who it was or who it could have been. I walked over and opened the door, as there wasn't any other way for me to see the porch from inside the cabin. There was a man. He had a thick winter jacket on and a black wool hat. His face was pale with red cheeks, and snow was sticking to his clothes. He'd clearly been outside for a while. "How can I help you?" The man gave a friendly smile and said he was just a bit lost and wanted to know the way back into town. I was confused. Was he trying to walk the 1-hour drive to town in the cold and snow? And how did he even get out here in the first place? Take a left here and follow it to the main road. It's a straight shot from there. I figured it wasn't any of my business, so I just told him what he asked for. He smiled and nodded. There was a strange pause for a few seconds, as he just stood there, and neither of us spoke. I got uncomfortable and sat by, closing the door. I heard its boots walk off the porch soon after. It was an interesting interaction for sure, but I went back to what I was doing and forgot about it not too long after. Several hours passed. The light snowfall from earlier had started to pick up, which made me a little nervous because I wasn't sure how my car would handle the dirt roads with thick snow. To keep an eye on the weather, I went to the back door and pulled the curtains back so I could have a view from the living room. When I did, I was kind of startled. There were shoe prints in the snow, walking around the back of the cabin. Again, I was so far out that anyone just walking around here was very strange. It was hard to tell how fresh the prints were, though. I wasn't sure how long the snowfall had picked up for, so it could have been as long as several hours ago, or as soon as just a few minutes ago. My mind immediately thought back to the man who came by the door earlier. Had he gone around the cabin before going up to the door? Maybe he thought the cabin might be empty and was snooping around to find out. That would be really creepy, though. I felt really uneasy after seeing those shoe prints in the snow. Didn't help that the sun had already set, too. It was too dark, cold, and windy outside to even try to look around. I closed the curtains and went around to make sure all the doors were locked, then turned off all the lights and went into the bedroom. There wasn't a TV in there or anything, so I just pulled up a video to watch on my laptop as I laid in bed. I was trying to relax and shake the uneasy feeling I had. It took a while, like probably an hour, before I was feeling better. The steady sound of the snow outside in the dark cabin room started to make me sleepy. I shut the laptop screen and started getting ready for bed when a knock came from the front door. I physically jumped. I stood still for a moment while I just felt my mind go blank from the sudden fear that came over me. They knocked again. Hey, it's me again. I'm still lost. It's cold out here. Can you please help me? It was the man who stopped by earlier. Why the hell was he still around here? I opened the bedroom door so I could listen better and looked out into the main area of the cabin. It was really dark, and the man continuously knocking was extremely unsettling. But then, after, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds, the knocking stops. The wind outside felt like it picked up. It was the only thing I could hear. I really wanted to know if he left, though, or where he went. I quietly crept out into the main room, which I knew had all the curtains and blinds closed, so he shouldn't be able to see me. Without opening the door, my only option was to look out one of the windows. It didn't have a clear view of the porch, but I could see the front of the cabin leading up to the road. I pushed the curtain aside and looked. I could see a set of footprints going up to the porch, but none leaving. He must still be at the door. I walked back and got my phone. Service was good enough to call 911. They estimated it would be 45 minutes before they would make it. I locked myself in the bedroom and waited. 10 minutes went by with not a single sound, which was really eerie, knowing he had to be just silently standing outside the door. All I heard was the heavy wind smacking against the windows. Then there was a sudden thud against the cabin. I had no idea what it was, but it sounded like it came from the front of the cabin, and it was pretty loud. But then it was silent again. I was shaking and terrified. Time seemed to move extremely slow. Eventually, red and blue lights began flashing outside the windows. Feeling relieved, I got up and started walking to the front door until I heard the officer yelling to get down. I listened as he kept yelling, and there was clearly something going on outside. Then that thud sounded through the cabin again, followed again by the officer yelling. Turned out the guy actually never left. He had climbed onto the roof of the cabin, and I guess was just sitting up there, waiting. Maybe for me to forget about it, and try to find a way in the middle of the night. I don't know. The officer made him get down and arrested him for trespassing. Other than that, the guy did well not to admit to trying anything. It seemed like he'd been outside around my cabin for the entire day though, which is really disturbing. What he was really trying to do is unknown, but it likely was something really awful. I work at a 24/7 ice cream shop. It's a really small place, like one room that maybe 10 customers could stand in at a time. The place was actually pretty popular in our small town though. It was a common hangout spot for high schoolers because the parking lot was pretty big and had unoccupied or abandoned shops next to it. It was like a strip mall, except only the ice cream shop was still open. Usually the crowds were gone by 10 though, and it would just be the occasional group of kids stopping by in the middle of the night. I worked part-time overnight shifts, typically from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. This night I got in and did the usual, cleaning up the mess the previous workers left for me. It only took about 30 minutes, so after that I just sat back and waited. Around 1 a.m. a group of teens came in. But other than that, it was dead. Halfway through my shift, I got so bored that I decided to do some extra cleaning up around the back. I tossed a bunch of garbage out and headed outside to toss it into the dumpster. The dumpster was actually in the front of the shop, kind of on the side of the big parking lot near the other abandoned shops. I walked over and tossed the trash in. The night was quiet, not even any cars out driving around. As I walked back though, I noticed a light flicker in one of the abandoned shops. I thought it had to be a reflection of a car passing by or something. But after looking at the road, and again seeing no cars, I got really confused. Was I just seeing things? I walked slower, keeping my eyes on the front windows of the store, and just waiting for something. Then it happened again. A light shined past the windows for only a few seconds. It looked kind of like someone shining a flashlight around, deep inside the back of the store. After that brief sighting though, it didn't happen again, so I really had no way to confirm anything. The only part that kind of shook me about this was that the light was in the abandoned building that was attached to the ice cream shop, so it was just on the other side of the wall where I worked. I reassured myself that if it was someone in there, it was probably just some kids exploring the empty building, completely harmless. There really wasn't much else to do, aside from wait around for the rest of my shift. It was about 2 a.m. now. I leaned against the counter and just stared out the front windows, spacing out, when I heard something beside me. I looked at the wall, and it sounded again, against the other side of the wall. It was relatively quiet though. I only noticed it because the night was completely silent. I quickly connected the dots between the sound and the light I saw in that building. I was 99% sure someone had broken into there. I thought about possibly calling the cops, just to let them know, but my train of thought was interrupted when a customer walked in. It was always strange when a single customer came in the middle of the night, like with no friends or anything. But this guy was even more odd. He was in his 40s, and he looked very unkempt. Long, untrimmed beard, greasy hair, and a tired look all over his face. As he walked up to the counter, his stench was almost unbearable. "Welcome in. What can I get for you?" He looked at me, then at the display case, then back up at me. After a few seconds of him not saying anything, he smiled, backed up, and left out the door. I whispered, "What the hell?" under my breath, really creeped out by that encounter. It was insanely odd. That, along with whatever was going on in the empty building, was making this night really unnerving. I wasn't really sure what to do though, aside from just hope I was overthinking it and wait for my shift to end. To clear my head a bit and just have a break from it all, I decided to take my lunch. Usually I just sit in the back and eat, but I felt like getting some fresh air and getting out of that place. I grabbed my lunch bag and walked out to my car. I sat in there and ate while looking out the window. A few minutes passed. The night was still really quiet, and the light in the building was nowhere to be seen. Then I saw someone come around the corner of the shop, followed by another person. I recognized the jacket, being the same strange guy that came in only a few minutes ago. The other guy I hadn't seen before, but he had something in his hand. I was far away, but I was reasonably certain that it was a flashlight. I felt a lump in my throat as I watched the men go into the ice cream shop and start looking around. Not like customers looking for someone to take their order, but like angry men searching for their victim. I dialed 911. The men jumped over the counter and looked in the back room, coming back out 30 seconds later and running out of the shop. They didn't steal anything. They were definitely looking for me. They ran around the back of the building and disappeared. When cops got there, the men were gone. One of the abandoned stores had a door busted open though, so those men definitely had been in there. What they were doing is still unknown, however. It seemed like the one guy came into the shop just to see if I was alone, then went back to get his buddy. But by chance, I happened to take my lunch in my car. If not, I don't know what would have happened. I live in a pretty old apartment. It was just cheap enough for me to live alone in it, so that was the only reason I lived there. It definitely had its issues, though. Anyway, this was a regular night after getting out of work. It was late, but I'd actually gotten out of work 2 hours early, so I got home and heated up dinner, then sat on the couch to watch TV for the rest of the night. I was really tired already, but wasn't planning on staying up late. The dim lighting and the soft TV only made me more sleepy. I think I was only home for an hour before calling in for the night. I turned off the TV, went to my bedroom, and fell asleep within 5 minutes. I didn't remember the weather being windy that night, and I only mentioned that because a few hours later I woke up to a creaking sound. The building was old, so any light wind would often make it sway and cause these echoing creaks and rumbles through the walls. But again, I didn't think it was windy out, and the creak I thought I heard wasn't the same as it usually was. As all these thoughts ran through my head, the creaking started again, and it didn't stop. It was almost in this rhythmic pattern. One creak, followed by a second of silence, then another creak, again and again, sounding like it was from somewhere on the other side of my apartment. I got out of bed. My heart was pacing, but I still wasn't totally convinced that it wasn't the old building. I opened my bedroom door. There was a hallway that led down to the front door, and at the end on either side was the kitchen and living room. I looked down the hallway, as I could now hear that the creaking was coming from the left side. It took me a moment, but I started to realize the sound was moving across the floor. And by the time I noticed it getting louder, I couldn't even react before seeing a figure suddenly appear at the end of the hallway. My entire body tensed up and froze, but the man didn't look down at me. They kept walking, slowly across the end of the hallway. They just stared ahead, never looking down the hallway. Adrenaline pumped through me, and I moved back around the corner into my room. I didn't close the door, scared of making a sound. The creaking continued through the kitchen. A few times they stopped, and it sounded like they opened and closed a few of the cabinets before walking again. My heart was racing even faster. How did he get in? And it had to be only a matter of time before he came walking down the hallway. Just as I was thinking this, I saw his shadow move toward the end of the hallway. But again, he walked past it. The creaking moved through the living room. Then I heard the soft squeak of them sitting on my couch. Everything about this made no sense, making it even more horrifying. I crept over to my bed and got my phone, then texted 911. I was still too scared to call and risk them hearing me. The next 3 or 4 minutes were just full of tension and anxiety, knowing this guy was just on the other side of my apartment, sitting on my couch, and could at any moment get up and walk into my room. But he never did. I got a text that the officers were in the building and coming up to my door, so I gathered up my courage and sprinted down the hallway and opened the door for them. They stormed in and tackled the guy, who'd barely even gotten up from the couch. I didn't recognize the man at all. Apparently, he climbed up the side of the building and onto my balcony on the 2nd story, which didn't even have a lock on the sliding door. It seems almost impossible that this wasn't a specific break-in at my place, but the man denied everything, said he was just trying to rob a random apartment, even though he had taken nothing and didn't even have a backpack to haul stuff in. I mean, he even sat on my couch and just chilled there, like he was waiting for something. Plus, it would have been way easier to rob a 1st-story unit. Part of me wonders if me getting out of work early had anything to do with this. Like, did the guy somehow know my schedule? Was that why he was sitting on the couch, thinking I wasn't home yet, and waiting for me? There's really no way to know. I think it's the uncertainty of what the man was doing that really makes this event so disturbing. Like, would he try it again in the future? And was he really targeting me? Or was I just incredibly unlucky? I'm really hoping I don't have to come back with another story in the coming years. This was at the beginning of March last year. It was still winter, but the snow and cold around here had mostly died down. The ground was still frosted in the mornings most days, but it was just warming up enough for me to start getting back into my outdoor hobbies. Hiking, camping, biking, all that sort of stuff that I had to put on hold for the last 3 months. This day, I drove out to a place I'd been to just last fall. I liked it because it was far out and unpopular, just a nice place to relax and enjoy the scenery alone. I parked on the side of the road and hiked down about 45 minutes to the campsite. It wasn't more than a small dirt circle with a bit of an overlook of the forest. I set my things up. The sun was coming down already. I always liked getting to the campsite late and just eating and going to sleep right away. I went out to grab some sticks to prep for a small fire, and after that, I walked to the overlook to watch the sunset. I was only sitting there for a little bit, like a minute or so, before I noticed a fire below me. It was down the hill, not too far away, sitting among the trees. I could see it pretty clearly, and what was really strange was that there was nothing else there. No tent, no chairs, and no people around. The campfire was left completely unattended. That was not only really dangerous, but also really odd. It doesn't burn forever, so someone had to have lit it up recently, only to leave it. I thought they'd have to be back at some point, so I sat there and watched it for a while. Probably an hour passed. The sun had fully set, and there were no signs of anyone down there. Strangely, the fire seemed to pick up though, almost like they had put 4 logs under the sticks so that it would burn longer and larger, like a bonfire. I was getting worried, especially with me being so close. I decided to go down and just check in on it, and maybe put it out myself if nobody else was there. It was only about a 2-minute walk to get there, but with it dark out, I had to use my flashlight. Approaching the campfire, it was very quiet. The sound of the roaring flame, crackling and flocking in the wind, was the only sound. I walked up to it. The flame was already too high and nearly out of control, and yet there were still more logs under it that had yet to light. Who the hell did this? There was no way this was an accident. I started grabbing the wet soil and tossing it on top of the wood. It was working decently, bringing the flame down enough for me to reach under, remove the larger unlit logs. It took a good 5 minutes, but eventually I got it done. It was suddenly so quiet and dark. I turned my flashlight back on and began walking back. I decided I wasn't comfortable staying here, not with whoever was out there. I got back and started packing, and midway through, I heard footsteps nearby. I looked out and saw the outline of someone walking up to my campsite. I stood up and faced them. "Hey, did you light that fire?" The person stopped and stood there, maybe 50 yards away, still covered by the dark. "Hello, I see you out there. Can you just answer my question?" I yelled again, but got no response. An eerie feeling came over me. I needed to leave now. I kept packing, all the while that person stayed there, watching me the whole time. I finally tossed my bag on my shoulders and started walking. They stayed there for as long as I could see them. I got back to my car and reported it to the police. Everything about that situation is still unknown though. Who was that out there? Were they trying to start a huge forest fire? Or had they seen me arrive and for some reason built it to get my attention? Thankfully, I didn't stay to find out. I was staying at a cabin in a pretty rural town near a skiing resort I like to go to every winter. The resort was really expensive to stay at, so a lot of people use these cabins instead. Anyway, this was just a few days in. I'd spent the whole day skiing and got back to the cabin around 7. I cut the day a bit short because the cold really set in after the sun went down. I showered and ate, then sat by the fireplace to wind down for the night when I heard footsteps coming through the snow. They came up to the door, and as I got up to see who it was, I realized they didn't knock. I stopped walking halfway there and waited. A few more seconds went by, then they finally knocked. I cautiously walked up and opened the door. I think since it wasn't my place, I felt like I had to answer the door for some reason. There was a man, maybe late 30s, with dark hair and a thick beard. He jumped a little when I opened the door, but it was delayed, almost like he was faking it or something. I don't know. "Can I help you?" He smiled and asked who I was. I asked him the same question, and he said he had booked this cabin for tonight. I told him he had to be mistaken, and I asked if he could show his receipt or something, but he made up an excuse. Well, now it was weird. I didn't know what else to say. I knew I had the cabin for the week, so I just said sorry and started to close the door, but he put his hand on it and stopped me. Could I maybe come inside for a minute while I figure this out, just to escape the cold? He said, his face returning to a smile. Maybe I was being harsh, but something about this guy really put me off. I said sorry again, then closed the door. I waited, listening to make sure he left. He didn't move for a while, like 30 seconds. Then he finally walked away. That was really strange, but I figured if something was wrong, I'd probably get a call later. I sat back down. I turned on the TV, just on some random show, and on low volume. I scrolled a bit on my phone and had a couple snacks, just enjoying my time, I guess. About 2 hours went by. I was getting really tired, and as I laid there, that man that came by earlier suddenly popped in my head again. I wasn't sure why, but it got me thinking again, and I ended up going back to the door. I looked out. It was snowy and dark, and it looked even colder, but I spotted something else. Someone standing out in the woods. I couldn't tell if it was the same man or not, but I had no reason to believe it was anyone else. Went back to the couch and called up the property that owned the cabins. They called the police. It actually didn't take long before 2 officers came walking down the path. The man saw them too, but they didn't let him get away. Disturbingly, the guy had a sling bag on him, with several tools commonly used with breaking into homes, as well as a hunting knife. It's pretty obvious what he was going to do, though there's no clear reason as to why. He never booked the place like he said he had. It was definitely just him trying to get in easily. Whatever the case, had I not checked before going to bed, I likely wouldn't even be here right now. I was almost killed by my ex-boyfriend, and I'll be changing the names to protect myself. Now I'll start with a quick backstory. At the time of the attack, I was 19, almost 20. My ex, Gavin, was 27, and we had a big chow-chow on a cat. The dog was his and the cat was mine. We lived in a 3-bedroom house. A few months before, we had allowed a friend to stay with us, Lacey, and it didn't end well, as she was just sort of taking advantage of us. The week leading up to the attack, Gavin had just gotten back from his work trip, which I believe was about 3 to 4 weeks away from home. And the week that he was back, he was completely out of it, unable to complete a thought. I'd ask or tell him something, and less than 5 minutes later he'd completely forget or just not have heard me, just off in some other world almost. And one day, I was very frustrated with all of this, and I'd ask for help with chores or for him to take the garbage out, only to be ignored. One day, he said that if it continued, he wanted me to slap him. Now, we had gone out for dinner with his mom 2 days prior to this attack, and she was obviously very worried about him, as there was clearly something wrong. And at the time, the only mental disorder that he had or was aware of was OCD, though I am now even more convinced that it's not what he had by any means. And the day of the attack, we had just gotten back from grabbing some takeout and were sitting on the couch in the living room. I'd been painting my nails while he was playing Mario Kart, and he looked over at me and said, "Lacey put a curse on my family." I was dealing with my own really poor mental health at the time, so I wasn't really in a space where I could be focusing on his. I have BPD, and I wasn't sure what to do. So I suggested that he hop in a cold shower, as it had helped him earlier in the week to reset a bit. He walked into the bathroom, muttering to himself, and it just felt so off. Now, I don't know how to describe it. I just didn't feel safe. And I walked over and asked if I could call his mom for a bit, maybe invite her over for supper, kind of beating around the bush that I wanted her to come help him. He looked at me and just started yelling that all he needed was me. I walked out and started toward the living room as it was calling his mom. He came out of the bathroom naked and started yelling at Ollie, the dog, to discipline me and attack me. Mind you, he was trained as my guard dog. And at this point, I believe his mom had answered the phone and heard what was happening. He started calling me Lacey and saying that I needed to pay for what I did. I immediately ran into the bedroom with my phone, and his mom was still on the line. He kicked down the door, smashed my head into our mirrored closet doors, and threw my phone to the ground. He was screaming that he was going to kill me. I scrambled out of the bedroom, trying to get to the front door, and as I was passing the kitchen, he got a hold of me and wrapped his arms around my throat, again saying that he was going to kill me. I remember looking over to the table and seeing my cat, Sterling, all puffed up, and I had never seen him so scared. I was fighting to not go unconscious, and I couldn't breathe. I clawed at him, just trying to get his arms off my throat. I remember starting to see black specks in my vision and thinking, am I going to die? What is he going to do with my body? Then he started asking me if I knew what it was like to have unspeakable things done to me. And this is the part where I'm not sure if he was actually out of his mind. I have been assaulted inappropriately before, and it had been a year that month, I guess, and I was very open about how that had been affecting me and open about telling him. He threw me to the ground and put his foot over my head as if to stomp on it. And this was the only time that I had seen his eyes throughout this attack, and they were almost lifeless. His pupils were so dilated you could barely see the iris. And he was yelling over and over again, "Admit it, Lacey. You know what you did, admit it." I just started apologizing, doing and saying anything I could to make him happy. And this seemed to work as I got the opportunity to scramble to my feet and race out the door. And I just wished that I'd left the screen door open. I ran from house to house in nothing but shorts and a sweater in February in one of the coldest provinces in Canada. I got into maybe 2-3 houses before I heard Ollie screaming, and it's a sound I can never get out of my head. I just dropped to the ground, screaming and crying, "Gavin, leave him alone," as I knew in that moment that he killed my dog. At this point, a bunch of the neighbors had heard me and came running to help. An older couple called the police and brought me into their home, not knowing if they were putting their own lives at risk. My parents were living in a completely different province. Someone gave me their phone to call my mom, and she was out for supper with some friends, and I just told her Gavin killed the dog and tried to kill me. The police finally showed up after what seemed like hours, 5 or 6 cars, firearms out and ready. They used a megaphone to tell him to come out with his hands up, and he walked out naked, covered in blood. Once they had gotten him into the car, a police officer came to talk to me while the others searched the house. And shortly after, an officer came up and asked how many dogs we had, and I told him 1 and a cat. I asked if Ollie was still alive, and they told me that he was dead in the bathtub. Gavin had killed him in the living room and then brought him into the bathroom, filled up the tub, and put Ollie's body in it. I asked about the cat, and they said they couldn't find him yet, and I was sure that he had killed my sweet boy too. Sterling was the only thing I could think about, and I went into a panic and was no longer able to give them any more information. I was in tunnel vision repeating, "Where's my cat? I want my cat. Find my cat." The officers asked if there were any treats that they could use to coax him out and where his hiding spots usually were, and they ended up finding Sterling alive. But he was so scared of it attacking the officers. And they had blocked off the worst of the scene, so they had me go in to get him. There was still so much blood, and the smell of blood and feces was overpowering. Sterling was in the bedroom on the bed, just crying. I scooped him up and asked the officers to find my vape. And as I was walking out of the house, Gavin's mom had just gotten out of her car. She asked me where Ollie was, and all I could say was, "Gavin killed him." And she just dropped to the ground and started bawling. 2 weeks later, Sterling and I were on a plane to my mom's. The court case took over 2 years, and I later found out Gavin had loaded our guns. And I never wanted to know how he killed Ollie, but when going through the evidence, an officer mentioned a baseball bat, not knowing that I didn't want to know. He only got 10 months of house arrest for all of this. And to this day, 2 years later, he still tries to contact me, blaming me for not getting him help earlier. And I think the worst part is that I do partly blame myself. This happened to me in Tempe, Arizona, not far from Mill Avenue, where all the bars are at. I was out bar hopping with a group of friends one weekend, having a good time, and had gotten pretty wasted. I have this terrible habit of wandering off and getting lost when I drink, and this particular night I had managed to get myself in a very dumb situation. After wandering down streets for almost an hour, I started to realize that I was very lost, and to make things worse, my phone was out of battery. At some point, I decided that I would just walk back to my friend's house, which I knew was somewhere north of an area that we were bar hopping. Now, I should mention that I am severely incompetent when it comes to directions and navigating in a city, so I didn't realize that I was a solid 7 to 8 miles away from my friend's place. As I was stumbling confidently along the empty roads at 2 a.m., a sedan suddenly pulls off the road in front of me, aggressively, almost blocking my path. Somewhat startled, I look towards the driver's side and see a rather large and mean-looking black gentleman staring me down. In situations like this, most people have one of 2 reactions. They either become scared and defensive, or angry and aggressive. I, on the other hand, am an insane person who was just drunk enough to have no sense of the danger that I might be in. Now, I should mention that I am your typical privileged suburban white boy, not particularly threatening or big. And I proceeded to wave at the guy, saying, Hey man, what's good? I'm not completely sure, but I think I was probably smiling too. I specifically remember the face that he made. It was sort of confused and conflicted, as if I were asking him what year it was. He paused for a second and asked me something, but I couldn't understand what he said. Then I responded back, huh? And he then asked me, where are you going? I told him I was trying to walk to my friend's place, but I have no idea where I am. After another pause, he told me to get in. Now, without thinking, I walked over to the passenger side and hopped in. Pretty dumb, right? Well, at the time, it seemed like a good idea. And once I got in, I was able to get a better look at the guy. He was covered in tattoos and was wearing your typical thug attire. I also noticed his arm was all bandaged. Oh, and he had a pistol clearly tucked into his shorts. And again, for some reason, none of this fazed me at the time. He asked me where my friend's place was, and I gave him directions. Now, I'm pretty sociable and talkative when I drink, so I immediately started chatting with the guy casually. I don't remember exactly what we talked about, but eventually he started telling me that he had just gotten out of the hospital after being treated for a gunshot wound on his arm, and his girl just broke up with him because of it. Apparently, she didn't like that he was in a gang and getting into gunfights. Go figure. He then told me that he was real pissed off about her and about getting shot, and he was driving around looking for someone to rob when he found me, and that he has served time for robbery in the past. At that point, my drunken brain started to connect the dots, and I thought about the roughly $200 that I had in my wallet at that very moment. But instead of freaking out, I just sensed something like, damn man, that's rough. He also told me that he really wanted to be a rapper, and he was trying to get his music career started. I tried to be supportive, telling him to just go forth. And about 10 to 15 minutes later, we pulled up at my friend's place. Now, this is when I should have just gotten out of the car and told the armed man, thanks for the ride, but again, I'm an insane person and felt like I owed him one for taking me all the way there, so I asked if he wanted to come in and smoke some, and he said he was down. At this point, my friends had already been back for a while and were all wondering what had happened to me. And as you might expect, they were awfully surprised when I showed up with a strange black guy who I now knew was a gang member who had debated robbing me at gunpoint. What the dude did next sort of sketched everyone out, though. My buddy lives in the house with a few other people. His room was at the very end of the hallway, and that's where they all were listening to music. He also has a huge safe in his closet that is visible as soon as you walk in the room. I didn't realize it, but my new friend had brought his gun inside with him. And shortly after entering the room, after everyone said what's up, he took his gun out of his waistband and put it down right on top of the safe in front of everyone. It seemed like a really odd thing to do, but it was a lot better than what he could have done. I feel like it was a sort of show of respect, like he wanted to show that he wasn't going to use it. Luckily, I do have super chill friends, so they acted cool and were about to roll up a blunt, so a few minutes later we all went back to smoke, leaving that gun in his room. The dude chilled with us for a while longer and actually seemed to get along with some of my friends who had a similar interest in music. He then picked up his gun off the safe and left without incident. Looking back, I realized that could have gone much, much worse, especially since my buddy had a lot of cash in that safe and could have easily robbed us at gunpoint at any time. And I like to think that although he was a criminal and a gang member, he was also just a guy going through a hard time. And a little kindness and marijuana prevented that night from going very, very bad. Surprisingly, this is one of those stories I forgot about until a few days ago when I was talking to a school friend on call and I got reminded of this. She was pretty freaked when I told her. You see, this happened when I was roughly maybe 7 or 8, so some of the details are a bit fuzzy, but I remember it pretty vividly. This may seem like unimportant context, but my family had just moved to America and were renting the top portion of your regular suburban house in a pretty safe cul-de-sac. I had friends. They were triplets, about 3 or 4 houses down, not far at all, and every day I'd go hang out with them. And around 9 or 10 in the night, my older brother, around 11 or 12 I'd say, would make the 2-minute walk and come and get me and walk me home since I was pretty young. One night he came to get me as usual. The sun wasn't fully down, but it was getting pretty dark. We started down the walk as normal when he started casting glances over his shoulder. I didn't really notice until he shoved me hard away from the sidewalk and between two houses. Each house had a huge fence that separated their backyard, not ours though, and he'd made me crouch behind the fence. I remember being really scared but more confused since I had no damn idea what the hell was going on. More specifically, he was a pretty big prankster. Once he convinced me my older sister crashed her car into the ocean, so I didn't really believe him when he turned and said, "Walk behind the houses. I think someone's following us." Now looking back now, he was probably trying to keep me calm. However, whatever calm was left in my tiny 8-year-old body was gone the moment that I turned around and looked. The man had followed us behind the houses, and he was just by the edge of a few houses down near a different fence line. He had a black hoodie on, with the hood up, black sweatpants, and white sneakers. I had pretty bad eyesight due to some health problems, but back then it was crystal clear, and I could see with horrifying clarity that his jaw was just hanging open. Like he was just standing there with his jaw hung open. It was horrifying. I think now that I'm older, maybe he had some kind of medical condition that affected his jaw, or maybe he did crack, I don't know. But back then, I could have sworn on God that I was seeing some kind of demon. Now anyway, my brother, when he saw that I was looking and getting ready to freak out, he told me, "Just run as fast as I can to our house." And we booked it. Neither of us looked back, but we were so scared out of our minds. And like I said, we only rented the top portion of the house at the bottom, with the sliding door in the backyard belonged to some other tenant. I don't remember if she was home or not, but I remember tugging that thing open and locking it as fast as I can. And when I looked up, he was there in the yard, a little away from the door, just staring at us, with that jaw. Me and my brother told my sister and my mother immediately. My father was away for a work trip at the time, but nothing came of it. Not until the day after. We went to meet my dad at his warehouse, which had a small live-in portion above it where we lazed around until he was ready to head home with us. Around dusk, he came up and told us that we might have to wait since the police were there. He walked us around to the back window of the small area to show us police officers all around the backyard area of the warehouses. There were a few in line and a white van parked on the grass by the edge of the woods. Like I said, I was pretty young, so I don't remember many details of what actually happened, but I do remember my dad, who hadn't been told about the day prior, telling us that they found a man and a woman in the van. The man, he said, had his mouth hanging wide open. He seemed really disturbed while telling me about the whole thing and wouldn't answer any more questions about the woman. Maybe she was dead, I have zero idea. I do know that they were arrested on trespassing charges. I don't know anything else, and I haven't asked about it. I doubt that he'd remember. It's been over a decade, and he's pushing 70, but it freaks me out to this day. I still can't believe it happened, and I don't have any answers for it. I talked to my brother briefly about it in hopes that he remembered more than I do, but all I got was a long tirade about whatever medical condition the guy probably had for his mouth to be like that. He's the knowing medical student now. And sometimes I think maybe the guy didn't mean any harm and was just drugged out of his mind, but this was in the world's safest neighborhood and doesn't explain why or how he showed up at my dad's workplace. When I was a freshman in high school, Alyssa was my role model. Alyssa was a senior. She was so gorgeous, confident, smart, effortlessly stylish, and always owning the room. Back then, I was too shy to talk to her. Seniors are already pretty intimidating to freshmen, but Alyssa was next level intimidating because she was such a queen. I didn't expect anyone to see me the way that I saw Alyssa, but I was pleasantly surprised in my senior year. And in my senior year, I started finding cute little notes in my locker. I wasn't expecting that at all, but I was really flattered. The first one said, "You were beautiful in that dress on Friday." The handwriting was neat and simple with a cute little heart at the end. More notes kept coming in, always in fourth period too, and I got a note every week or two. I know they came during fourth period because I checked my locker before and after every class, and they were all very sweet, and they said things like, "Your smile lights up the hallway. You shine brighter than any star. Your homecoming photos are straight out of a magazine cover. So stunning." There were more notes that I don't remember. They weren't romantic or floaty, and it looked like things that I might have said to Alyssa if we'd ever spoken. I thought maybe they were from a shy underclassman girl, and I had my suspicions. I didn't tell anyone about the notes, though. I really didn't want my friends turning this into an investigation and embarrassing whoever was leaving them. And whoever was leaving these messages, I genuinely thought they meant well. Then in the second semester, my schedule changed. My last class of the day was upstairs near my friend's locker. My friend's last class was near my locker, and we swapped lockers. I forgot all about the notes until my 18th birthday. And that morning, my friend handed me a note that she found in my old locker, and it said, "Happy birthday, princess." At first, she thought the notes were meant for her, since any of those compliments could fit her too. But when she realized that the birthday didn't match up, she put two and two together. And come to think of it, I don't think any of the notes ever said my name. I admitted that the notes had been happening all year, and I explained, and I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Then my friends launched their investigation that I had been worried about. All the girls in our friend group became detectives trying to solve this little mystery. And one friend, who didn't have a fourth period class, stationed herself by the lockers to survey that area. And it worked. The notes weren't from a shy freshman or even from a boy. They were from a janitor, an older woman none of us knew. We all recognized her, but I don't think any of us had ever talked to her. She'd been leaving these notes for several months, watching me closely enough to comment on my outfits, field hockey games, and even what I posted on Facebook. I saw her at the last field hockey game of the season. She sat quietly in the stands. That was the only time that I noticed her watching me, but I have no idea how I didn't notice her watching me before. None of us brought this up to her, and she hadn't done anything technically wrong. But it all felt so unsettling in a way that's very hard to explain. Back in the 80s, my Aunt Kay was in her early 20s. This was before she married my uncle, and when she would drive long distances back and forth between her parents and my uncles to visit. It was a transitional period for them. He had just graduated, she hadn't moved out yet to be with him. It was a long drive across several states through the desert, which took her hours. This desolate highway would have stretches of road that lasted hundreds of miles, where you quite often wouldn't see another driver, let alone a gas station. So Aunt Kay set out and began one of these journeys. A couple of hours into the drive, she noticed a dark vehicle slowly catching up to her. She barely noticed as she continued to sing along with the radio until the vehicle got aggressively close. She turned off the music and looked into her rearview mirror, seeing the vehicle flash its brights and a hand pointing at her car and motioning to pull over. Alarmed, she quickly slowed and began to look for a good place to pull off the road, see what must be wrong with her car. The second she began to pull off the road, she said she felt and heard as clear as day, "Don't pull over." Then again, stronger, "Don't pull over." Call it God, intuition, or just a gut feeling, but a jolt of adrenaline and fear shot through Aunt Kay's body as she hit the gas and peeled back out onto the highway. Heart pumping, she silently asked herself what the hell that was as she saw the vehicle peel out behind her. The dark vehicle continued to closely follow and motioning to her to pull over. Fear and confusion set in as she began to question what was going on. I was the driver motioning for her to pull over. Was there something wrong with her car? And what the hell was that warning she felt? It would have been a severe situation if her car broke down out there, especially before cell phones, but she pressed on. Just as her resolve wavered and she started questioning if she truly did feel what she felt, she started slowing back down when the dark vehicle picked up speed. It entered into the oncoming traffic lane and came level with my aunt's car. The driver smiled, pointed, motioned, and mouthed the words, "Pull over," to my aunt. She said the second she looked into his eyes, she felt pure evil. She felt a horribly sick feeling in the pit of her stomach, and again, heard the words in her head, "Don't pull over." She described him as looking scary and greasy and noticed he was missing a couple of teeth in his smile that she'll never forget. That sent chills to her. This quickly dispelled any thought she had of pulling over, and she put the pedal to the metal to try to lose him. He chased after her. She slowed down, he slowed down. She sped up, he sped up. Got to the point that he began to try and push her off the road. And Kay was to the point of tears as this creep continued to terrorize her alone out in the middle of nowhere. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she sees a couple of semis off in the distance. She felt if only she could get close or even get in between those trucks, she would be safe, so she took off. He continued to flash his lights, honk his horn, and try to hit her car, until she got close enough for the trucks. As she got in between them, she saw the dark vehicle slow way down and eventually disappear from view. She stayed with the trucks for a couple of hours until she felt safe enough to pull over at a gas station and cry. As for several years, my aunt and uncle are married. He's working in a law firm as a high-profile criminal prosecutor in Las Vegas. She's now a full-time mom of several young children. Since I've known my aunt, she's been obsessed with true crime. Dateline, 2020, and Unsolved Mysteries were always playing at their house. This day was no different. She was folding laundry in the kitchen while listening to the TV in the other room. The interviewer was talking about a man who was being interviewed on death row. As she paired another match of socks, she heard the man describe one of his tactics for procuring victims. According to him, he would wait along the side of the highway. A car would go by with a family, and he'd wait. Another car with a male driver would go by, and he'd wait. But every so often, a car would go by with a pretty woman driving alone. So he'd pull out behind them and follow them. He said he'd flash his brights, honk and motion for them to pull over. My aunt, now paralyzed, continued to listen. And they would eventually pull over. I would tell them to pop the hood, and I'd be able to tell what was wrong with the car. They would, and I'd yank a couple wires. And the car wouldn't start. I tell them no problem, that my buddy has a shop in the next town. I can give you a ride, and he'll give you a fair deal. My aunt slowly moved to the living room. They'd get in, I'd assault them and kill them. Bury them anywhere in the desert. When asked how many times he did this, he responded, "He'll never find all the bodies. I can't even count." And how many got away? Maybe 2 or 3. My aunt stood alone, staring into the same two-foot screen she saw that night on the highway. It was Henry Lee Lucas. It was a hot summer day. I'd gone for a hike and got seriously lost, which is another story. Suffice it to say that I had hiked through trackless wilderness, for mile after mile, and even when I found a road, I was so far from a car, I didn't know which direction to go. Dead tired, exhausted, and still several miles back to the car. Finally, I was on the way home late in the afternoon, on a hot, sunny summer day after many hours lost in the mountains and woods. It was about 15 miles to home, and I live out in the country. As I started into the drive, I saw an overweight, outer-shaped fellow hitchhiking in the direction I was going. I saw that he had a long, hard walk in front of him, just like I had completed only 20 minutes ago. Of course, I felt sorry for the fella having a similar ordeal as I just had, and so I stopped and motioned for him to get in. I did not realize my ordeals for the day were not over yet. As he opened the door, he gave me a look, and we exchanged a greeting as he squeezed into the front seat. He was going to a spot off of the highway, on the way to my house, and off we went, engaging in light conversation. I glanced down at his side, and I noticed he had a prosthetic arm, made of a hard, heavy ballistic plastic, with a metal hook for grasping instead of a hand. From the conversation, he was an out-of-work construction heavy equipment operator whose house was undergoing a bank foreclosure. He was basically squatting illegally on his own property, probably hitching around during the day to avoid the sheriff evicting him and coming back in the evening to let himself into the basement. So basically a homeless vagrant and a transient that still had a physical address. This didn't raise any red flags with me at the time, though maybe it should have. I have a repertoire of interesting stories I like to tell. I dusted one off and told him a yarn or two to pass the miles and be friendly, as it makes the ride easier. He listened politely, and I found he liked to talk a little bit himself. My tales must have encouraged him because he began to tell me a very strange tale of his own. He began to relate to me that years ago, during what he claimed was one of the worst blizzards of the century, in his words, a woman had a bad accident on the US route that went past his house. He said that she was badly injured from the accident and bleeding to death. His story continued, and he mentioned that the weather was so bad that the road was undrivable. As a construction operator, he had a backhoe. He said that he loaded the injured woman into the bucket of the backhoe and drove for 30 miles to the freezing cold, in blizzard, to a major medical center and delivered her to the ER. That was a pretty odd tale, I thought. I am pretty street smart, having seen a lot of the world, and some of the more dangerous places in it. I believe that he had changed up the story somewhat to protect the guilty. He wanted to share his story but disguise his role of what had really happened. In other words, I believe his story contained a kernel of truth, but he had changed a few details. I am pretty quick to spot inconsistencies, and also can analyze just as quickly. It comes with the street smarts, I guess, another word for the survival instinct. What I think is true is that a woman who was fatally injured, perhaps someone who had come to his door for help. I thought that she died, and I think he used a bucket loader to bury the body. The why and wherefore I could not guess at, but I had immediately gotten that impression. I didn't have much time to think about it, as the drive was coming to an end. It may seem weird to you that I came to that conclusion, but perhaps what follows will convince you. As he ended his story, we had come to the turn for his house. As I turned into the long driveway, he had just ended his story, now began to make improper propositions to me. As to what he would like to have happened, I was a bit taken aback, but just simply told him politely that it was not my thing, and ended my conversation and we pulled up to his house. And he continued to insist. The problem was that he was not taking no for an answer. I realized that things were rapidly getting out of hand, but I am a cool customer when dealing with actual stress and danger. I'd like to think that I'm pretty hardcore, which discourages most potential malefactors, but not this guy, which shows just how dangerous he was. He wasn't getting out of the car, now that we were stopped, and he had his hard plastic arm, solid and heavy as a log, raised halfway between us, looking me straight in the eye and not saying anything. Having studied self-defense, I knew the deal. If I looked away or blinked, he would knock me out with the arm. He was formidable as well. He may have been fat, but he was a construction worker with large arms and muscles, from a life of heavy work. The weight was all to his advantage in any struggle. I knew the deal though, and I always had a plan in case a hitchhiker proved to be dangerous. I had my seatbelt on, and he didn't. The plan was to floor the car into his house at about 60 and put him through the windshield. Even if I was injured or unconscious myself, hopefully he would be worse. The idea was that the noise of a high-speed crash would bring neighbors to find out what happened. I would also bear the horn. But I could see that if he went through the trouble of knocking me out for the purpose of assaulting me, that likely I would never wake up again. Someone this dangerous was not going to leave a witness that could put him in jail for the rest of his life. Likely, he was a career criminal, and this was not his first rodeo. The other secret learned from martial arts is to never look away and hold the gaze. Read the intent, then spontaneously block or deflect the initial attack. This guy could see from my eyes that he would have a real fight on his hands, that I was fully ready for a life-or-death combat. The situation ended when he opened the door and anticlimactically got out. I quickly backed out of the yard, spun the car around, giving him a departing glance and headed out. Phew, I thought. That is the most dangerous motherfucker that I've ever encountered. I really should call the state police and tell them to keep an eye on that scary bitch, because it'll only be a matter of time before he tries to kill somebody. And at least they'll have a warning about him on their files. But, I thought, the police often don't seem to take me seriously, and he didn't do anything other than pose a threat. No actual assault. So what can I do? The real reason was now that the situation was over, I just wanted to forget about it. It had been a very long day after all. A police report would take up another hour of my dinner time. Now I'd have to deal with possibly skeptical or unhelpful authorities. In 2020 retrospect, I see now that was a mistake. About 10 years later, the property was the site of a very active crime scene. A woman from a nearby state had come to live at that house and had gone missing. I did not realize that his house was the site, so I drove by one day and saw a state police crime scene bus, about 5 cruisers and the police helicopter, with everything marked off with crime scene tape. And then I thought, oh my, I really should have let someone know. It might have prevented this. And I was lazy and concerned more with myself that day. The girl's body was later found in a local pond and a freezer that had come from that house. Dark stories of a couple exploiting a young homeless girl down on her luck emerged, and it seems other folks were involved as well. Crazy tale that I won't get into here, out of respect for the family. I drove by a couple of days later, and the investigation was winding down, and only a cruiser or two were maintaining security. And that's when I decided to call into the state police with a story about the backhoe that Captain Hook had told me. The next day, the crime scene was abuzz again. I suspect they were searching for other cadavers. Although the couple was never charged, they both remained in prison on other charges, the last I knew. The lesson for me was, see something, say something. I-25 female had an experience about 4 days ago that I haven't been able to shake. I was dog sitting for my boyfriend while he was away on a backpacking trip. My boyfriend's home was in a semi-remote area at the bottom of the hill at the back of a few acres of property. He's right next to the highway, which has opposite to us, a small rural neighborhood. It's both very sketchy and very safe, meaning that the community is so close, but people frequently keep to themselves. There are lots of abandoned, dilapidated homes right next to a very well-kept homes. A pretty typical countryside neighborhood. So I really didn't feel unsafe agreeing to watch my boyfriend's property and his dog, Hennessy. Hennessy is a 115-pound, jet black American Bulldog English Labrador mix. He's basically all muscle, and ever since my boyfriend and I began dating, he's become very protective of me and my dog Lottie. Lottie is a 57-pound poodle mix. I'm a dog groomer, so she's usually done up in pretty silly haircuts, with bows and everything. All of this is to say that one of my dogs is very intimidating, and the other is not. Because of his strength, however, I cannot walk Hennessy and Lottie at the same time on my own. So I usually walk Lottie alone, and then go back and get Hennessy to walk him alone. We do about 30 minutes of walking each, and I like to take Hennessy after Lottie at night, because I feel safer with him as it gets later. This is important, because that was the case about 4 nights ago. I was about 3/4 of the way through my walk with Lottie when I got this really weird feeling that I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I looked around to see that about 30 feet or so back, there was a tall man in a hoodie staying next to an older rundown home. I instantly thought the hoodie was weird. I live in Northern California, and it's early August. It doesn't get colder than 87 degrees in the evening, especially when the sun was still setting, and it was at that time. I forced myself to brush it off, as I tend to be fairly paranoid, due to my years of reading Let's Not Me stories. As I kept walking, the sun kept setting, and the streets began to slowly get darker. I would glance back from time to time and notice that the man was keeping pace with me, not breaking that 30-odd foot distance. If I turned a corner, so did he. If I sped up, so did he. Finally, we reached the highway, and I crossed right before a car came speeding past, hoping that if the guy was following me, this would put some distance between him and myself, which it did. But I didn't stop him from continuing to follow me. I walked as fast as I could to the house, not wanting to turn around, but not being able to hear his footsteps on the gravel. At this point, Lottie had noticed him too and started to bark and growl. I forced her to keep moving and thankfully made it back inside the house, slamming and locking the door, hoping that was the end of it. Moments after I'd shut and locked the door, I felt someone trying to open it. The dogs heard this too and started barking, because they always do when someone is at the door. There's no peephole on the door, but I can talk to whoever is on the other side. It's a pretty thin door. So I yelled out and asked who was there. Through the barking, I could hear a man's voice. "I love your dog. Can I meet her?" For some reason, the way he said it was so creepy. It was like there was nothing behind it. Kind of like he rehearsed a line or decided to say it beforehand. I yelled back, "No," and asked him to please go away. He paused for another second and then again said, "I love your dog. Can I meet her?" He starts trying the door handle again, this time pushing up against the door. At this point, Hennessy can tell something is wrong, and so can Lottie. The hair on the back of Hennessy's neck is standing up, and he's gnashing his teeth while growling. At that moment, I don't know what possessed me, but I threw Lottie into the bathroom behind me and grabbed Hennessy by the collar, keeping him close to the door with me. He's still barking, going crazy. I hear the man repeat that he wants to meet my dog, and I yelled out, "Leave." He paused and then slammed into my door. I saw the door move, and at that moment, I unlocked the door and opened it just wide enough that Hennessy could get about halfway out. He's going bonkers at this point. My hand is starting to hurt from holding it back. I can hear his teeth clacking, and he ferociously chomps toward the man. Well, this dude was not expecting Hennessy. He stumbled back, almost falling over, and cursed as he scrambled to stay off the ground. He didn't even look at me, instead booked it up the hill as fast as he could and out of sight. I managed to pull Hennessy back in and called the cops to tell them what happened. Never got a good look at the guy, and they basically told me there wasn't anything I could really do. But they did take my statement. They told me they'd contact me if anything ever came of it. I am so thankful for Hennessy. After all that, I snuggled up with him and Lottie that night and cried because it all had hit me how terrifying it was. I literally went out the next day and bought him the biggest bone I could find from a pet store, nearly an hour away because he'd earned it. I also got Lottie something too. I don't know why this creep didn't get to him when I had 2 dogs barking inside. My assumption is that he didn't really realize he was hearing 2 barks, or assume that if I had 2 dogs, they were both like my puffy poodle. That is to say, he wasn't afraid. I'm thankful that the guy didn't have a firearm, and looking back now, I probably should have just called the cops, kept my door closed. But I helped that maybe because he saw Hennessy. Well, now I'll know not to come back and mess with those, because if he does, I'll let my big sweet boy rip his arm off. This happened several years ago. While it may not be as scary as some of the stories here, it was definitely one of the most terrifying, bizarre encounters I've ever had. I'm 33 and I live in the rural Midwest. I was born and raised in my hometown, and with the exception of a few months of living with my father on the East Coast, I've lived here my entire life. I've become pretty acquainted with the majority of the back roads in my area. One such road is an old highway that no longer has the traffic of days prior to the construction of the interstate that runs through the town. It's a long and winding road that offers gorgeous scenic views during the day and a quiet escape from the city at night. Along this road is a small lot with no more than 10 parking spaces, 2 picnic tables, and a single trash can. It's easy to miss due to the heavily wooded area surrounding it and the majority of the rest of the drive to it. And due to its secluded nature, it had played host to a fair share of teenage debauchery. I myself spent many a Friday night smoking away with my friends there. Needless to say, there were a lot of good memories attached to this place, and over the years, it's become one of my favorite spots to venture to when I need peace or solidarity. One night, about 5 years ago, my girlfriend and I are going through a rough patch. We had a big fight due to having to work early in the morning and her deciding to have a party full of her loud and intoxicated friends. And things escalated and I stormed out of the house and started driving towards my favorite spot. As soon as I was out of the city limits, I promptly cranked my angriest metal music and sped down the road, chain-smoking my menthols in an effort to calm down until I finally found a turnoff for the spot. I was happy to find no other cars in the lot, meaning that I wouldn't awkwardly stumble upon 2 lovers engaged in, the act. And I immediately jumped into the car and sat down on one of the picnic tables, lit a cigarette, stared at the stars. I sat there for several minutes until I decided to head back to the warmth of my car after hearing some rustling coming from the woods. Not wanting to become a chew toy for a coyote or an angry bobcat, I hustled back to my car and blared my music again, quickly forgetting the sounds that I'd just heard. I decided to have one more smoke and then make my way home. I smoked it halfway through when, out of nowhere, I heard pounding coming from the passenger side of my car. I looked over to see a large hand beating against the window. I turned down my music that was still blasting, and as I did, I could hear a very angry voice shouting, "Open the door," while yanking on the door handle. Thankfully, my doors were locked, and after a few moments, the man disappeared from the passenger side and then reappeared out of the driver's side window while screaming and cursing at me to open the door. He was now punching my window trying to get in. I was frozen and a mix of confusion and fear, but eventually snapped out of it and threw the car in reverse. It was so dark that I didn't get a good look at the guy, except for a split second he was illuminated by my headlights. He had a black zip-up hoodie with the hood up, a dark gray t-shirt and a ball cap. He was a stocky guy and had to be well over 6 feet as he towered over my Sonata. The only distinguishing feature that I could make out was a very large, dark beard. And I noped out of there real quick. I floated across the parking lot and back towards the highway. And that's when I heard it. A loud bang that sounded like a gun. I slammed my foot on the pedal, took the first turn I could find, and once I was sure that no one was following me, I slowed down and realized that I was doing 90 on a gravel road. At the time, one of my best friends worked for a nearby gas station, so I made my way to tell him the whole story. We looked over my car thoroughly and found a couple of dents on top of the car and what looked like a boot print on my passenger door. We talked it over and ultimately decided to not call the police. It was a 20-minute drive to the location from the closest town. We were sure that the guy would most likely be gone by the time anyone got all the way out there. And yes, I realized that was probably ignorant of me in hindsight. I'm still baffled by this encounter. I don't know if this guy wanted to rob me, steal my car, or worse, but I'm glad that I made it home in one piece. A few buddies and I who were Boy Scouts together back in the day like to plan camping trips out to the woods every once in a while. Since we have that history together, things have always gone pretty smoothly. However, we've run into something that our days as scouts didn't prepare us for. We were always trained to watch out for wild animals, poisonous plants, and venomous spiders, and that sort of thing. But we were never told to consider that even in the deep woods, you could still run into people. I've read quite a few stories about encountering strangers in the wilderness, and while some of them are funny, I have two experiences I would like to share that are far more disturbing. The first encounter took place in my home state of Florida in early January. Two buddies and I booked a cheap primitive campsite for the weekend, but when we got there, we realized that the place wasn't exactly secluded. It was right on a dirt road just a few miles away from a rural highway. There were dozens of campsites lined up against the path all around us. Most of them were empty, but about a quarter-mile farther down was a family that looked like they were set up to live out there. And right across the dirt road from us was a strange man who was by himself, camping out of his Subaru. He didn't say anything to us while we were setting up, but all three of us made note that he was watching us. Not only that, he had a large machete holstered to his hip. From his general demeanor, we figured he was some kind of societal reject who chose to spend most of his time alone in the woods for his own comfort and the safety of others. The entire first day, he kept his distance. We weren't that far apart, though. Maybe 30 feet from the edge of our campsite to his. We had to accept that he would probably be listening to us all night. Luckily, the first night went fine. And on the second day, he started warming up to us. A buddy and I ventured into the shrubs to gather firewood, and he came by and told us where we could get better material that wasn't all rotted out like the stuff we were getting. He said we would consider it, but he was acting way too suspicious for us to actually do it. He stuttered and drooled a lot, fidgeting his hand over the hilt of his machete, like he was nervous, even scared stiff of us. It seemed like he was completely unadjusted to being around people. But after he tried to help us out during our first real interaction, we allowed ourselves to relax a little bit. If anything, he would be an entertaining neighbor for the weekend, and since we outnumbered him 3-1, we felt like he didn't pose a threat to us. As the day wound down, there was an unexpected development. It started with just one car rolling through and parking in the campsite right next to the machete man. Immediately, we all started to watch for his reaction. He was clearly agitated by this, but it wasn't over. He looks on in awe as one car became 2, then 3, then 4, eventually 5. It was a large group of purebred millennial city folk that booked 3 campsites right next to each other. It was unfortunate for them that they had unwittingly encroached upon the personal space of the machete-wielding hermit. The way he spied on us looks tame in comparison to the death glare he was giving these people. He tried to act normal, but it was clear his whole body was tensing up as he stared at them. Things almost got bad when the dog showed up. There were 2 dogs actually, but the owners of one were letting the animal roam off the leash. It was only a matter of minutes before their dog ran over to the machete man's campsite and started to jump on him with typical puppy-like excitement. We heard the machete man literally bark back at the dog, and we all looked over to see this happening. What? The man was frozen stiff, like he was taking everything in his power not to snap, pull out his machete and chop the dog's head off right then and there. Quickly, the dog's owner ran over and contained their pet, and that's when we heard him say something alarming. Next time that damn dog comes over here, I'ma shoot the bitch. We thought this would give the city folk the impression that they shouldn't just act like they own the whole place, but surprisingly, they were pretty unfazed. They kept their dog on the leash after that encounter, but as night fell, they became even more intrusive. Their dogs barked constantly, and there were several simultaneous conversations out of the 10 or so people there, which were constantly shouting over each other so they could be heard. to the point to where we could make out every single word some of them were saying. We spent the whole night in hushed tones, making fun of the ridiculous out of such things we heard from them. My friend came up with a pretty good impression of the most obnoxious of the bunch and would repeat everything he said with a mocking tone. Once our fire died down and the temperature dropped, we called it a night and crawled into our hammocks. It was pretty frigid by the 40th standard, so when I woke up at daybreak, I was too cold to get up, so I shut my eyes to sleep in. The next time I opened my eyes, I saw that same friend crouched by the fire pit trying to get the coals from last night to catch on. I wasn't in the mood to get up until the fire was going, so I shut my eyes again, then a bit later I heard voices. My eyes shot open when I realized that one of them was a machete man. He was standing over my friend who was crouched by the pit, well into our campsite, with his hand resting on the hilt, as usual. I pretended to stay asleep and listen to the conversation from my hammock. "Which one of you is doing that dumbass voice?" he asked. My friend stammered and eventually replied, "That was me." A brief silence caused me to choke up, half expecting the man to pull out his machete. That's not what happened, thankfully. Instead, he laughed awkwardly. "Man," he shouted, "you guys had me rolling in my tent last night." My friend sighed with audible relief. "Yeah, that's cool, man. We thought it was pretty funny," he said. That's when the machete man leaned in and muttered something else. "I'm serious, guys. I was this close. If you guys hadn't got me laughing last night like that, I was about 10 seconds from going over there with the 9mm and making them shut up." My friend was unable to come up with a response to this, understandably, so the man kept talking. "I hate when those goddamn city people come out here. They ought to stay in Orlando. You guys ain't from there, are you?" No, we're not from Orlando," my friend lied. "We're from Gainesville area." "Ah, that's not too bad," he said. "Well, anyway, I'ma go back and try to get them to leave. See y'all later." At last, he turned around and walked back to his campsite. Once he was out of earshot, my friend looked at me, noticing my wide-open eyes, and asked, "Did you hear that?" "Yeah, man. Good thing we're leaving today, right?" At around then, our other friend woke up and crawled out of his hammock, totally oblivious until we filled him in. After that, we unanimously agreed to call off the trip a few hours early. Skipped breakfast at camp and packed everything up, leaving well before 10 o'clock. We tried to pass it off as a joke, but when it was said, it sounded more serious than we wanted it to. I don't remember who said it, but one of us did. What if we get home and we see on the news that some guy shut up a whole campsite full of people from Orlando? Thankfully that never happened, but when we left, it really felt like we were abandoning those people to their fate. I dread to think of what might have happened if we hadn't brought a sense of humor to that situation. We were definitely caught off guard by it, and I couldn't think of any other way to handle it. Nobody expects to be overcrowded when they go primitive camping, but unfortunately, this wasn't our last experience with the woodland hermits. I took a break from camping for a couple years, but I recently went on my first trip in a while. There were 4 of us going in total. I brought some of the friends that have gone with me before, and one of them brought their new fiancé. I booked a familiar campsite, but in the time I was away, it became different from how I remembered it. Trees were healthier, shrubs were thicker, and in general, the foliage was more colorful and abundant. The foot trails that used to snake through the woods around the site were completely overgrown. People must have forgotten about that area for a couple of years through the lockdown, so of course, the forest moved in to take it right back. However, my fellow campers were not appreciative of this. In the past, we were all on the same page about respecting the woods, but this time around, they were acting different. I can't say I blame them. The last few years have been tough, and it's good to let loose. But it's also always crucial to remember that you're a guest in nature's domain when you're in the wilderness. Unfortunately, as soon as we were set up, all of my friends started to act like a bunch of college kids. They were snapping branches off of trees because they were supposedly in the way, drinking excessive amounts of beer, and throwing the empty cans into the woods, and even spreading hot coals from the fire pit into the rest of the campsite, just to play with the fire by watching it catch and stamping it out, moments before it got out of control. They were literally breaking every possible rule. I got upset with them and I told them to cut it out, but they more or less just shoved a beer in my hand and told me to chill. I tried to enjoy my time, but as the evening wore down, so did I. While everybody else sat around the fire, I turned in early. I was restless, even though I wasn't even that physically tired in the first place. I was just in a bad mood. And they were all talking extremely loud and needlessly yelling about nonsense. I didn't check the time, but I know it was late when they finally called it a night. It was like the whole forest took a breath when they all shut up and passed out. I lay there listening to the bugs for a while, long enough to be the only person left awake. Then I got up to pee one more time. I crawled out and walked to the tree line around the campsite to unzip. Naturally, my eyes drifted off into the darkness of the woods. Looking up, I could see the crescent moon peeking through the canopy. Then looking forward, it was just all trees and shadows, until I saw something else. A pair of eyes looking straight at me, almost going white. I immediately jumped in surprise and covered myself up, looking away for a mere split second. Looking back, and I saw the eyes had moved closer. Close enough to make out the tiniest bit of detail in the moonlight. It was a person, or at least it seemed like a person, just standing out in the open. There was something bone-chilling about them. I knew I had to call them out, but I was nearly too afraid to speak. Hey, who's there? When they didn't respond, I thought to shine my flashlight on them. I fumbled through my pocket for the little one I'd taken out with me, again looking away for a single second before clicking it on and shining the beam on them. Of course, they had moved again, a full 10 feet or so. Now there was only 30 feet between us. I cursed in fear, but now that I had some light on them, more details came into focus. I was in disbelief at first, but I was looking right at my friend's fiancée. She was in the same clothes I'd seen her last swearing, looking exactly like she normally does, except the abnormally reflective whites of her eyes, and the way she was standing like she was being held up by strings. "Haley," I called out to her, "what are you doing?" There was a brief pause, and at last they said something, but I was taken aback by what I heard. "What are you doing?" It copied not only my words but my voice too. It sounded exactly like me. But Haley was not an impressionist. She didn't have any party tricks like that. So in confusion, I took a step back, and without hesitation, they took a step forward, matching my movement exactly. I stopped backpedaling when I noticed this, and I tried to squint to get a better look at them. That's when I had the thought that maybe she was sick or something. It was a hopeful thought, because otherwise, if I wasn't looking at Haley, I didn't know what I was looking at. "Haley, it's Slay," I said. "You shouldn't be out of your tent like that. Are you feeling all right? Do you need any help?" Again, she didn't reply in her own voice, but in mine. "Shouldn't be out of your tent like that." Chill ran down my spine. Suddenly, I knew whatever was going on, I wasn't equipped to handle it on my own. I walked backwards towards the tents, keeping an eye on Haley as they followed me step for step, almost gliding through the air like a marionette. When I got to my friend's tent, Haley was past the tree line and standing in the clearing. Started rapping on the canvas and yelling at her fiancé to wake up. "Steven, get up. We gotta help Haley. Come on, man, get your ass up." The flap unzipped and Steven peeked his head out, looking confused and annoyed. "What are you talking about, man?" he groaned. "Haley's fine, dude. She's right here." He pulled back the tent flap and showed me inside his tent, where I shined my light and I saw Haley in her sleeping bag, just starting to stir from all the commotion. "What the hell?" I muttered. Dumbfounded, but I swear, she was just out there. I turned around and shined the light back to where I'd just seen Haley, but nobody was there. Nothing at all, not a trace. "Are you all right, man?" Steven asked me. "You seem a little freaked out." "Yeah, I am really freaked out," I shouted in an outburst. "I don't know what the hell I just saw. But there's nothing there, bro." Steven pointed into the woods, where there was indeed nothing there, or at least not any longer. I tried to convince him that I'd seen something, but he brushed me off and told me to go back to sleep. He shut me out of his tent, but there was no way I could go back to mine and relax. Instead, I sat around the fire and stirred the coals back to life, and that's where I stayed for the rest of the night, on guard duty in case that thing came back. I was fraught with paranoia the whole time. Every sound I heard sent chills of pure adrenaline through my whole body, convincing me that I was about to see those deathly white eyes open up and stare at me all over again. At first light, I put my foot down. I woke everybody up and forced them to pack their things and go home. I made the executive decision to call off the trip, much to everybody else's many complaints. None of them took me seriously. In fact, they all tried to convince me I was hallucinating. We had taken my car, and half the gear they were using was mine, so they had no choice but to go with me. The entire car ride back home was silent. I haven't been on good terms with any of them since. They all want me to get my head checked, but I know I'm not crazy. If anyone thinks they might have heard about anything like what I saw, it would help me a lot to be able to research it. The best that I can figure is something that lives out there got quite comfortable with all the humans disappearing for a while, and the party I brought with me was not gracious enough to earn a welcome return. That, or maybe I really am going off the deep end. One thing's for sure, I don't think I'll be getting back into camping. The second time I encountered a person unexpectedly in the woods could have gone much worse. I was camping with the same two guys as the last trip I talked about, except this time there was a fourth person among us who wasn't a former Boy Scout, but just a good friend. This was a much more serious campout. We drove to South Carolina for 4 nights and 5 days, and this time we had a very secluded site to ourselves. After driving on a dirt road for a few miles, the road came to a loop at the end. We parked our cars, then hiked downhill. We hiked a short distance to our campsite, which was on the upper banks of a river. I forget what time of year it was exactly, but it was hot and dry, so the river was only ankle deep in most places, while some waist-deep basins. Vegetation was diverse and the terrain was mountainous, which made it quite alien to our Floridian sensibilities, but all the more enjoyable for it. We'd brought some fishing gear along with plans to explore the river and test the waters on some group escapades. Unfortunately, as a beginner fisherman, I wasn't having any luck while I was going up against my friends. We were all enjoying the trip though. About the second or third day, we were all starting to wear on each other a bit. That's when somebody had the great idea to cross the state line to North Carolina, which wasn't far off, and go to this place called Sliding Rock. It didn't seem like a bad idea, but I wasn't too interested in it. Everybody else wanted to go though, and here's where we made a pretty stupid mistake. In Boy Scouts, they teach you about the buddy system, or if you are ever in any wilderness of any kind, you never go out alone. You always have at least one person with you, in case you are into trouble. However, we hadn't run into any sort of danger in the first 48 hours, so we came to the decision that the 3 of them would go for their little half-day trip, and I would stay behind and watch the campsite while they were gone. I know it's not the safest or smartest thing to do, considering my phone was about to die, but they left me the keys to the other car in case I needed help. Although it was actually very relaxing while they were gone. I made some cheesy grits on the fire for lunch, then I read for an hour or so. And then I washed out the pot in the river right by camp, and I casted my line into the lingering cloud of food, which is how I caught my first ever fish. A little catfish that came to eat my grits. I took a photo and sent it to my friends, then with the feeling of luck on my side, set the catfish free and ventured downriver to try for another. I went down about a quarter mile and cast off over some rapids, eventually catching a baby smallmouth bass. Everybody was only catching small fry since the water was so shallow. After setting that one free, I decided to take a little rest and I sat on one of the rocks in the gentle rapids. I was enjoying the scenery when I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I had the thought that I was completely alone out there, hundreds of miles away from home in unfamiliar territory. Appalachian territory. Suddenly, I heard a twig snap in the steep woods of the riverbank to my right, and I stood up quickly, looking for movement. I didn't see anything, but when I looked down at myself, I noticed my legs and groin region were covered in dozens of tiny little leeches. I freaked out and started frantically picking them off. Then when I felt like I got all of them, I hoofed it back onto camp. On the way, I jumped onto a bank and landed my bare right foot on a small cypress knee, bruising the arc of my foot pretty bad. I was starting to get concerned with my safety, feeling like I stepped a little too far out of my comfort zone. But I was more cautious from there on, and I got safely back to camp. I was still alone though, and still worried about those leeches. So I stripped down to nothing and used the only mirror we had at camp to check myself over more thoroughly. When I was sure there wasn't any more stragglers, I got dressed and laid in my hammock with a beer and a cigarette, and waited for my friends to come back. A little while later they returned, and we regaled each other on what our separate experiences were like. Soon after, we decided it was time that I and our non-scouting friend returned to the car and charged our phones for a little while. We were gone for about 45 minutes. And when we hiked back into camp, we saw him. He was standing in the river right by camp, where I'd chummed the water with Chris earlier. He was talking to our two other friends. Could tell by the way they were situated that they were on edge and had taken a defensive stance to wait for me and the other guy to get back so we could really outnumber whoever it was. He was geared up like he lived out of his backpack, and I'm sure he did. He was a mountain man, through and through. I never got close enough to hear what he was saying, but he was almost unintelligible from his lack of teeth anyway. My friends eventually told me everything they could understand. Apparently this guy's name was Bo, and he claimed to own this entire region of mountains. Graciously, he allowed us to stay with his permission as long as we continued to be respectful. Then, he looked over to me and told my friend that he had seen me in the river earlier and was about to come talk to me until I got spooked and ran off. That's when I realized he must have been watching me the entire time, or at least for a lot of it. He probably watched me strip naked too. Regardless, the way he eyed up our entire campsite was suspicious. He seemed a little delusional and unpredictable. I'm immensely grateful that he didn't approach me while I was alone. Things could have gone a lot differently if he felt like he had a chance at overpowering just one or two of us for a shot of getting some supplies or getting one of us. He was most definitely armed as well. He just had that confidence about him. From what my friends who talked to him said, they were really unclackable anyway. He was stepping closer to our camp. He was standing on the river right in my hand finally, where I chummed the water with. That was a telltale sign that he might have not had the best intentions in mind. Eventually though, we were able to get him to leap, but we never quite trusted that he wasn't lurking in the mountains all around us, watching us pick our noses and piss on the trees and drop logs in the river, waiting for a chance or an excuse to start playing at banjo and summon a Native American cryptid, or just straight up shoot us since there was no way that anybody else would be around to hear it for miles and miles. For the rest of our time there, we traded off shifts of the night watch in case Bo came back. He never did, but I'll tell you, the blood-curdling shriek of an owl is not something you want to hear in the middle of a night like that. This started when I was at my childhood friend's apartment for what was supposed to be a fun movie night. We hadn't hung out in a while and we were catching up. The place was cozy, maybe a little disorganized, and full of girly decor. We were in our comfy sweatpants about to watch princess movies. Her apartment isn't the most tidy. Things are a bit scattered around, but it's clean and so authentic, which always made me feel at home. We decided ordering pizza for dinner. She mentioned that Sherwood, someone I hadn't met yet, would bring over the pizza. At first, I wasn't happy to hear that. I thought that meant she had invited other friends, like a boy, over to join us, which wasn't what I had in mind. But I was in for a surprise. Sherwood turned out to be just our delivery guy for the night. He wasn't joining us. When he got to the apartment, there was this awkward air about him. He was obviously nervous, fumbling a bit with the pizza boxes and not quite making eye contact. My friend introduced us quickly, and it was clear from her overly thankful demeanor that Sherwood did a lot more for her than just fetch dinner. After handing us the pizza, there was this brief moment of forced small talk. My friend was super nice to him, despite his awkwardness. He wasn't the best at conversation, and honestly seemed really out of place. Then Sherwood asked me for my number. I was in a tough spot because our mutual friend was sitting right there, so I just gave it to him. Yeah, we chatted for maybe 5 minutes before my friend gave him a cue to leave with something like, "Hey, thanks so much for dropping this off." He seemed to get the hint. We both gave him a hug before my friend said something like, "Drive safe," giving him another kind of cue to leave. When I asked my friend what that was all about, she basically explained that Sherwood was her unpaid personal assistant. He did her grocery shopping, and he dropped her off pizza, and he did all this other stuff. I think Sherwood was just a really lonely guy, desperate for interaction. especially female interaction. My friend and I were both young and immature back then. We were about 23, but I think we knew something was seriously wrong with Sherwood. It was a little hard to articulate because we couldn't point out exactly what his problem was. He started a group chat with me and my friend. He just sent a meme or two every week. It felt like he was trying to stay relevant without being intrusive. Maybe he was used to being sidelined or even blocked by other girls in the past. It felt like he was trying to make me remember him, but also carefully not trying to give me a reason to block him. I can't speak on his behalf. That's just what it felt like. He also offered help at my ends. First time I said thanks for asking, but no. He then asked every weekend after that. One day I made the mistake of accepting his help. Should have known better. Had recently found a great deal for a new washing machine on Craigslist, but I had no idea how to pick it up and install it. When I mentioned it in the chat, he excitedly volunteered to take care of the whole thing. He handled the whole pickup and installation like a champ, which saved me so much hassle. Tried to pay him for his efforts because I wanted to show appreciation, but he wouldn't accept any money. I insisted. He suggested that I could just repay him by drawing in for a hike. Like what? I was uneasy about this. It felt a bit too personal and almost like it could be mistaken for a date. But Sherwood framed it as nothing more than a friendly outing, like a transaction to balance out the favor. I agreed to the hike. I rationalized it by telling myself it was a fair trade for installing the washing machine, that it was genuinely a form of payment, especially since I didn't think he had too many friends. This hike felt like maybe a way for him to have some companionship. I thought it might be nice to help him. Part of me was still uneasy about spending time with him in such an isolated setting, though. The day of the hike, Sherwood picked the trail that was nearby. I had been there before. It was actually gorgeous. As we walked alone together, he chatted about ordinary things like work, the weather, and his hobbies. Everything seemed normal until he suggested that we go off the main path to see something special that he wanted to share. Like, what could that even mean? We reached a secluded spot, and there, oh my gosh, was a dead body. My heart pounded so violently as Sherwood stood there, so eerily calm and nonchalant. The casualness in his demeanor made me feel even more uneasy. It felt like he wasn't just showing me a dead body, but also revealing the stalker side of himself. It smelled bad, but not like in the movies. I didn't know how long he had been there. I'm not a biologist, but my guess is that it had smelled a lot worse before, but now it's gone down. At that moment, I mumbled some excuse about needing to get back quickly and started walking briskly towards the main path. I was urging him to follow me. I thought that maybe this was some twisted mind game, like a way to intimidate me, and show that he wasn't just some harmless little boy. Maybe he was trying to send a message that said, you should know I'm familiar with things like this. Or there's another possibility. Maybe he just wanted me to think about it more. Sometimes when I talk to people, I feel like they only notice me for the time that we're together. Then they won't think of me again until the next time we meet. And maybe he thought showing me a dead body would make him less forgettable. I have no idea. But on the surface, he seemed oblivious to how inappropriate this was. As we walked back together, I was in full fight-or-flight mode, instinctively looking around to see if there were other hikers or rangers. Anyone who could make me feel like I wasn't alone. The moment I spotted someone else on the trail, I called out. Not to expose Sherwood, but just asking for directions back to the parking area. I wanted to make sure Sherwood and I wouldn't be left alone together. I asked this gentleman to walk us back to the parking lot. I wasn't going to take no for an answer. I kept pretending like I was confused about his directions, and eventually he agreed to just walk us there. Getting help from that guy was my way of re-anchoring myself to safety, in normality, while I was still under the shock of what Sherwood had shown me. We got to the parking area. There, I called my friend and told her I was with Sherwood. I suggested he could drop me off with her and that we'd be there in 20 minutes. He agreed. That was my way of making sure that if anything happened, it was on record that Sherwood was the last person to have been with me. Also, I immediately texted my friend what had happened to get that on the record too. When I got to her apartment, we said thanks to Sherwood and kindly told him to go away. I had already told her through text, but then I started going into all the detail. The fact that the body had insects, the fact that the face was decomposing but still recognizable, etc. Her reaction was pure horror. Not just about the dead body, also how nonchalantly he had treated the whole situation. She confessed she always sensed something was off about him, even though she'd never imagined anything this disturbing. We both agreed that we needed to remove Sherwood from our lives, but she admitted she felt stuck and she had become too reliant on him to just fire him cold turkey. We planned out how we would do it. It was this gradual phasing out plan. We would limit our interactions to times when others were present. We would slowly reduce our responses to his texts. I would never ask for his help again, and my friend would ask for less and less help. He kept texting during weekends, offering to run errands or asking if we needed anything, to which my friend would reply, "I'm trying to work on being more independent, but you have really been such a help." Eventually, as my friend started dating someone new, she introduced Sherwood to her boyfriend. He never contacted her again after that. I had called the cops on the same night of the incident, but it was a while before we heard more news about it. At least a full month later, a news report confirmed discovering a dead body in that area, where Sherwood had taken me hiking. It made an arrest, not of Sherwood, but of this other guy that Sherwood followed on Instagram. I have no idea if Sherwood was connected to the murder. It was winter of 2015 and I was working in a doctor's office in Branson, Missouri. I just got a new iPhone and I was excited to try out the time-lapse mode for its camera. On my drive home from work one early evening, I decided to stop and capture the sunset over Table Rock Lake. It was a gorgeous evening and the winter sun would be setting soon. I parked my SUV at a state park entry parking lot, and mine was the only car in sight, but it didn't alarm me. I hopped down and realized how incredibly chilly it was. It was sunny, but blistering cold. I opened the back of my vehicle and put on some gloves and a better pair of shoes. Then I took off down a trail that led to the edge of the lake. I've noticed that Branson Belle showboat slowly making its way across the lake for its sunset voyage, and I thought it would be neat to capture in the time-lapse. I was a single 31-year-old female with a lifetime of experience doing risky things on my own without consequence. The path down to the water was marked with large rocks on each side. I was in a hurry to get down to the shore and get into the reporting position. I lost my footing and then I fell down hard. My head rested on a pointy-shaped big rock that I think would have knocked me out had I not managed to literally stop the impact the moment we collided. My knee and one of my hands stung badly. It suddenly hit me how stupid this was because no one knew where I was, and I nearly incapacitated myself on a vacant trail in freezing temperatures, with it being minutes from dark nonetheless. As I sat there recovering from my fall, I decided I was close enough to shore and I just filmed right where I fell. I was about to find out that falling down was the least of my worries. "Can I borrow a light?" I nearly jumped out of my skin. I turned around and there he was. He was standing about 20 feet behind me. I replied to him that I was sorry, but I didn't have a lighter because I didn't smoke. "I saw you getting out of your car up there. You have a real nice ass, you know." Where had he been? There seriously wasn't a soul in sight when I parked and headed down the trail. This next part you might find hard to believe because I myself still cannot grasp that there are people out there like this. But his fourth sentence to me, and within less than a minute of appearing, he said, "Hey, do you want to fuck?" I knew I was in a lot of trouble. No one would hear me if I were to scream. Sure, the Branson Belle was out in the water, but it was several football field lengths away, and I'm sure I was invisible to them. It wouldn't hear me over the sound of the massive ship anyhow. Without missing a beat, I told him that it was too cold to do it outside, and we should go do it in my car. I pretended to be interested. In my mind, I just knew I needed to get off this trail before the sun went down, and obviously I'd abandoned capturing the sunset. I don't recall all the things he said during the walk up to the parking lot. But when he asked if he could touch my butt during the walk, I agreed. I knew it was a test. I still wasn't 100% sure he was going to let me make it off the trail, and anything I could do or say to please him on that walk was my ticket out. How had I got myself into this awful situation? God, I was so stupid. Just let me make it out of this, and I swear I'll be smarter. He kept his hand down the back of my pants for the rest of the walk. We made it to the parking lot, but much to my disappointment, I was still the only car there other than a vehicle that wasn't parked in a real spot and hadn't been there earlier. I knew it had to have been his car. He'd been hiding and watching me, then he pulled up to the trail entrance and left his car at it before he began following me. So me asked why I didn't call 911 on the trail. Well, he was watching my every move and wanted to make it off the trail unharmed and alive. I figured it being below freezing was a good excuse to refuse to do what he wanted to do out there on the trail, but please him by promising to do it somewhere warmer. Unfortunately, the parking lot was far enough off the regular highway, and passing cars couldn't see him. Our next mission was to make it to my vehicle and escape. We were standing by his car, and he continued saying things that he was going to do to me. It seemed too graphic for me to write about. I was still playing along. I tried to get his name and number out of him, but he refused on both. Why would someone refuse to give you their name? He began unzipping his pants and trying to get me to do things to him, so I insisted we walk to my SUV. First, though, he grabbed something out of his car, and I never got a good look at it, but I'm pretty sure it was a gun. We walked across the parking lot towards my car. I pushed unlock, knowing that only pushing it once would only unlock the driver's side door. I had my keys in the ready position. I jumped in as he was attempting to open the passenger door. I threw it in reverse and backed up as the tire spun on loose gravel. Then I put it into drive and floored it. I was too afraid to look in the rearview mirror. I called 911 and gave him his description. Oddly, he was a handsome enough guy, stood about 6 foot tall, blonde hair, brown eyes, a slightly muscular build, and nice features. Probably around 25 to 30 years old. You wouldn't necessarily look at him and think anything remarkable or otherwise. I wasn't ever in a position to see his license plate. I told him about his car. He drove an older, probably early 90s pale blue car. It reminded me of my great-grandfather's Oldsmobile. I didn't even have a first name to give them. After taking down my information, I never heard from anyone regarding my report again. I may never know what exactly he has done, but I do know that I sensed the presence of absolute evil that evening. August in 2020, I had moved in with my aunt and uncle to an insanely small rural town in California. When I first moved there, a friend of mine had made it a point to show me how someone could drive across the whole town within 5 minutes, and at the time, I didn't realize how important that fact would become to the safety of me and my loved ones. My best friend Haley and I, her 17 and me being 18 at the time, were hanging out at a park that was about 5 to 10 minute walk from where I lived. Let's say park because there were a few tables and benches, and it was technically known as a town park. But in reality, it was more a small grass clearing surrounded by woods and a dirt trail near the bank of a river. I had started to frequent this place after moving, walking down to the benches and trail to smoke or sit by the water. I had never really noticed any suspicious characters before this, even though I had been funny warned about a couple creepers that were in the area, known for bothering young girls. Haley and I had been smoking for a bit, unbothered in the clearing, when we decided to finish our trip with exploring the trail a little bit and just taking in the scenery. We had been walking and talking for about 5 minutes when I started to get this tension in my shoulders. Like that feeling you get when you know someone is looking at you. I had looked behind us and there was a man on the trail with us. Granted, this path is pressed right against the side wall of the gated community, so seeing people going on walks and jogging was fairly common. I told my friend of the man's presence, but she had written it off as me being anxious. She had a good point. I tend to be a bit hyper-aware at times, but something about this man felt wrong in my gut. We kept walking, and I would periodically look back and keep tab on the dark-haired middle-aged man, walking about 50 feet behind us. After not long at all, the man started picking up his pace. Calm, casual walking became more of a speed walk, and I turned around completely. I started walking backwards to try and communicate to this man that I was completely aware of his presence. He had made it towards the side of the trail, looking like he was going to walk through the brush, down the river, and I felt a bit stupid. I turned back around, walking forward again, and as I was looking behind us for the last time, I see the man in a full sprint coming back onto the trail, straight for me and Haley. I grabbed her sleeve with one hand and ripped out a pocket knife with the other. I can't remember what I had said to her, but we started sprinting down the trail as well. I had never gone very far down the path, and I had no idea where it was going to take us, but the man running after us was blocking our path back to the clearing and the road, and we could hear his footsteps on the dirt getting closer. I let go of Haley's sleeve so I could pull my phone out and called my uncle as we were running. I told him we were being followed on the trail at the park, but I couldn't tell him exactly where on the trail, because I had never been much further than the entrance, and I had no idea where it led to. My uncle had told me to stay on the phone and be so loud that he could find me. I let out the loudest, shrillest scream I could and kept running until we reached what was the clear end of the path. We ran up an old metal fence surrounding trees and what looked like an old abandoned house or shed. We'd also reached the back corner of the outer wall for the gated community, and in that split second, this seemed to be our best bet. I ripped us off the dirt path into some trees lining the cement wall and yelled at Haley to climb as fast as she could, pushing her from the bottom so she could use a tree in the ledge to clear the top of the wall. I tossed my pocket knife and phone over. Yes, I'm not even sure how I scaled the wall myself, but I scrambled up and over, as fast as physically possible. I landed next to Haley, basically face first, onto a neatly trimmed patch of grass inside the gated community, scaring a poor man who seemed to just be outside walking his dog. I became really aware of how strange we probably seemed. Two teenagers, panicking and yelling while holding a knife. This man seemed to know we were in trouble. He came over to ask us what was happening and if we needed anything. Haley started explaining our disruption to his calm neighborhood. I got back on the phone with my uncle and told him that we made it to the gated community. Not even a minute later, my uncle came barreling towards the end of the path. And we could hear him shouting to the men on the trail that he had a firearm. And all the things he was going to do with it. The man with his dog led us to a little access gate, a ways back on the wall, and unlocked it for us, so we could meet my uncle on the path. My uncle told us that he had driven his car through the park all the way up to the trail entrance as fast as he could and started running for us, but he didn't see any men as he was going. He checked on us and I already told him what had happened with more detail than I could have managed in my initial panic. He escorted us back down the trail to the car, firearm in full sight, at the ready in case the man on the trail decided to reveal himself. We didn't see him on our walk back, and I haven't returned to this place since then. But any time that I had left the house before I eventually moved, I was constantly paranoid I was being followed. We were never able to figure out who this man was, and I haven't seen him since that day. So I, my boyfriend, his best friend, and his girlfriend drove up to Big Bear on June 26th. Then a day later, another friend of ours drove on the 27th. And he was supposed to sleep downstairs, since there are only 2 bedrooms. First night we stayed there, it was kind of creepy because the cabin was pretty remote, and of course, there were absolutely no lights outside. It is the woods with coyotes howling and bears, but nonetheless, completely normal activity. On the 27th around 12 a.m., my boyfriend and I are in bed when suddenly our friend sleeping downstairs comes banging on the door, freaking out, saying he saw shadows in the woods and that the motion light came on and there was thumping outside. We had a little freeze, but my boyfriend got out of bed and checked the entire cabin, and even went outside. Nothing. We go up to the other couple's room, where there's a porch with a sliding glass door that looks out to the woods. It's important to know that I am naturally very anxious and a scared person, while my boyfriend is a rock. He is calm and logical, while I tend to jump to the worst case scenario. My boyfriend goes over to check the last place in the cabin, so he pulls the curtain and jumps and yells, "Oh no!" At this point, I'm terrified. My boyfriend is a 180-pound CrossFit coach, and see a big guy like that scared is nauseating. He locked the door and backed away slowly. He quietly says, "There's a large man standing outside staring at us." He's just standing in the woods looking at us. At this point, I'm thinking he's fucking with me. He looks at me and says, "Go lock the door, now." That's when I knew he was serious. Everyone is of course freaking out. I run and lock the door behind us, and we all decide to stay in the room to keep an eye out. It's the middle of summer, and it's really hot, but we refuse to open the window. I'm so scared, but trying not to show it, as everyone else seems to have calmed down. About 30 minutes go by, and nothing happens. I get annoyed with the heat, and the fact that there's 5 people in a tiny room, and 3 of them are in bed, so my boyfriend and I go back to our room. I was still pretty spooked, so my boyfriend tries to cheer me up. At this point, it's about 1:30 a.m. I told him that I was too scared to sleep with the lights off, and he tells me that it's fine. And he understands, so we just lay with the lights completely on. Finally, I start drifting to sleep when I hear a thud. I sit up and look at my boyfriend. He looks at me. Then the power cuts. I immediately start crying, and I'm trembling. I can't see anything because it's pitch black. I try to get out of bed and run, but my legs are tangled in the sheets, and I fall. My boyfriend picks me up and we grab our phones and run to the other room where everyone else was staying. I'm completely hysterical at this point. I try to contact our host, but nothing will go through. I try to call my dad, but all of our phones say no service. We are alone out there. Thank goodness the friend who drove up after us had a different carrier because his phone had 1 bar. So he calls a local sheriff. I realize now it might be a bit of an overreaction, but at the time we kind of thought we were going to die. He's on the phone with the sheriff, and they transfer us to the utilities company. We give the address, and they tell us that we are too far in the woods, and they don't cover that area.
At this point, we are wondering if the entire area has no power or if the men outside had just cut our power. We called 911 to report suspicious activity and a power outage. It's in the fire department. A few hours go by, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and suddenly the power comes back on. We fall asleep, and the next day we talked to some locals of the area. We told them our power went out, and he said that was strange and that shouldn't have happened. He told us the only reason that happens out here is because of a snowstorm. He said he couldn't explain it.